So I'd like to welcome everyone to our regularly scheduled planning board meeting for June 24th, 2021. We normally will start with everyone identifying themselves that's at the table, starting with Dave Pierce.
Dave Pierce, I'm an alternate member to the board.
Barbara Griffin.
Karen Hughes.
Jim Redmond.
Kimberly Peace.
Tim Redmond.
Gail LeBrecq, alternate and recording secretary.
Mark Lemay, Select Board Rep, as a fill-in tonight.
And Phil Devance had just arrived. Phil, could you sit on the end, maybe next to Joanne? That would keep a little distancing going.
Yeah, I've got a chair from over here, I guess.
Yeah.
Take that middle, take the one out of the middle.
Why not just take that one and then slide up stationary ones?
Yeah, slide up a stationary one and you take the rocker.
You come straight from conference.
No, I got they finished
Maybe.
Why are we so crowded tonight?
Well, normally you were here, right?
Is that how they set it up?
I had something to do.
Okay,
or I would have gone
so Phil Devanza is now with us. Phil, could you identify yourself, please?
Phil Devanza.
Thank you. Okay, our first, are we reading the public access information part on the top of this paper,
No,
Joanne?
you don't need to anymore. Just tell people if they call in, what do they have to hit? To
Star nine.
unmute?
Star 9.
Star 9.
I thank you for that, Barbara. So if anyone wants to call in, they hit star 9
To speak.
to speak. Thank you. Okay, the first item on the agenda is the acceptance and correction of planning board minutes of June 10th, 2021.
I move we accept the planning board minutes as presented.
I'll second.
Motion to move is accepted. Is there any discussion or corrections? Joanne, what do we have on in the packet here?
You have
That's for May 27th.
some. Yeah.
What are you looking
Is that the wrong one? Oh,
It was for the
527.
previous
My
meeting.
mistake. I didn't read the date at the
The
top.
ones at the end are the last meeting.
Okay, we don't have to vote by roll call anymore, I assume, correct, Joanne?
Correct, we just,
Okay. So,
Unless you have someone that's on the phone, you know, one of your board members still on the phone, but
Okay.
they're all here.
all right. So, I'll call for a vote on the motion by Jim and seconded by Kimberly to accept the minutes as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I have to abstain, I wasn't here.
yes, sir.
Standing as well.
We have 4 abstentions.
4?
Well, Mark, Phil, Karen, and myself. I
Oh,
saw
okay.
hands. Okay, then the next item is the one I was just asking about. We have a request from Gaetan Better to the planning board requesting revisions to the minutes of May 27, 2021. Joanne, could you please explain this to the board?
This was an email that we received from one of the people who were here for the laundromat application, and she said that she compared the minutes to the actual video and thought that they did not reflect did not reflect everything of what was said when the applicant spoke. So she wanted to ask the board if they would amend the minutes to include that type of discussion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we take no action on that request and move on.
Okay, there's been a motion to take no action on the request from Jim. Does we have a second on that?
Yes, you do. Oh, I'm not a voting member right now. I'm sorry.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Karen Hughes. Do we have any discussion on the matter?
Yeah, I'd like to see.
Barbara?
This brings up a point I have had with minutes for years. They're a half transcription, half general statement. And what ends up happening is, this is not a transcription. Minutes are not intended to be exact words of what is said at a meeting. But when you cite certain things and not other things, it can create inconsistencies with the record. And it's something that every community struggles with when you're doing minutes, because people complain either they're too general or they're specific and they leave things out. But, and I note that the email that was sent actually included things that were not part of what occurred at the meeting on May 27th in regards to statements about people's condition or that other things outside of what was spoken. But I do think as a board, we should be mindful when the minutes are done that comments from the public probably should be attuned to in the minutes a little more. And I know that for purposes of the record, it's important for what we say, but it is just an example of how minutes are problematic. And that's all I wanted to say. I don't disagree with the motion, but I think we need to be cognizant of it.
Thank you. Anyone else have something to say? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to not do anything about them, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Mark is abstaining. Pass. Okay. Joanne, do you have anything that we have to discuss prior to moving on to the first application?
No, you can get right into the first application.
Okay. So the first application is Old Business. It's a map 12, lot 10, final subdivision plan review hearing for a proposed 5-lot subdivision. Montalona Road, owners Robert Starrs, Homes LLC, agricultural zone. This was continued from May 27th, 2021. Joanne, could you please give us a rundown on this application?
So the last time you saw this application, there were 5 lots altogether. There were 4 lots that were divided and had frontage along Montalona. And the back portion of those lots, along with a piece along the front, that created one large lot with frontage on Montalona. They have since revised the plans to show conventional 5-lot subdivision. The fire department did ask that they provide a cistern. So a cistern has now been located on the plan. And we did receive comments this morning from the fire department, which are in the agenda, what do you call it, the chair's agenda. And basically they're saying that, that they're okay with the, not only the location, but the construction documents that were submitted. So, obviously they have to work with the fire department during the construction end of things, but they're okay as far as having this shown on the plan. Sarah did speak with the applicant today, I believe it was, and she is satisfied with the information that's been provided concerning drainage around the cistern area. She can elaborate on that. Sarah's on the phone. However, so the cistern issue seems to not be an issue any longer. So the applicant would like to create these 5 lots, and they're larger lots. The smallest is 5.01 acres, and the largest is 10.18 acres. And they all meet the frontage requirements along Montalona Road. The application was found complete on 3/25, and the 65-day clock was waived, the requirement for the 65-day clock. So basically, what you're looking at now is sort of just an overview of what changes that they've made, and Sarah's explanation about the drainage with the cistern, and the fact that they have submitted the revised plans. But other than that, we're fine with this application and is ready to go forward for approval.
Mr. Chair, since I was not at my office today, I could not print out an email sent to my office today, so I have no idea what the chair's agenda says. I guess I
There
have
should
requests.
be a copy.
Do you have copies?
Here, I have one here.
Good.
Would the board like to hear from the town engineer prior to any questions or discussion? Would that be something the board would like to hear from?
Yes,
All right, so let's ask Sarah to come on and identify herself and discuss her concerns that were just explained by Joanne. Sarah, could you please identify yourself?
Sarah Woody, town engineer, and I apologize in advance. I'm on baby duty tonight. So my main concern was that when we received the revised plans, just the easement area was shown. And I know that along Montalona, they've proposed a roadside ditch line to deal with the drainage. So I just wanted some clarification on what the actual cistern install would look like, and in terms of like a pullover area for a fire truck, and how that would work with the proposed ditch line. And I spoke with the engineer this afternoon, and they have thought that through. There is going to be a pullover. They plan to create a driveway pull-off area and install a catch basin and pipe to bypass, to still keep the flow flowing in the ditch line, but to bypass the driveway area so that they can have the pull-off. They will also adjust the grading around the cistern area so that water isn't sheet flowing over the cistern area straight into the road. And they will submit plans, and I will make sure that that happens.
So are you have any other concerns at this time, Sarah, or are you happy with the answers?
Nope, I was very happy with the answers.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
Tim, may I just clarify?
I say board members.
Yeah, but she needs to see and review the final plan, so to the extent we approve it, it would be with a condition that the final plans are acceptable to her.
Well, she said she still had to look at them one more time, so.
So that would be a condition.
Any other board members? Barbara?
So if I can, this is to Sarah. So Sarah, I understand those comments are to the cistern, is that right? As to the need to
Yes.
review final plans, and that it's, as compared to the chair's agenda, where they were saying this needed to be continued for a cistern review, that has been taken care of, so staff is no longer recommending a continuance for this purpose. I'm seeing Joanne nod her head. Do you agree, Sarah? Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question, Sarah, on the cistern and what the calculations were for doing that, because I am becoming sort of very wary of the slopes in our ordinance that says driveways can be 10%, especially when I look at the profiles that have been submitted as required for this, where they show that they can do 10%, but of course they're doing 10% with what appear to be fairly massive, I'll just call it grading, but it's pretty significant. So given that, is the cistern designed for the profile of the land now, or what's going to happen with these driveways?
So I would, we don't have those details shown on a plan right now. All I have is the cistern area, the easement area. So I would be looking for that. That's the information I requested from them that they will put on the amended plan.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is more review than a cistern. Because I'm looking, and I'm bringing this up so the applicant can address it. I am looking at a 10% grade on lots, and a current land profile, I believe, is what I'm looking at. In all cases of what I would refer to as significant regrading, which would have to encompass more than just the actual driveway area, which you can see on the plans in regards to, and I think that they have accounted for the driveway, it looks like, when I look at the grading plan, but I just want to make sure when we hear from the applicant and you're listening that all of that has been taken care of, because there really hasn't been any discussion or comment on it. And it looks like there's stuff in the plan for it.
May I make a comment?
Well,
Not yet.
but that's why I brought it up now.
David, did you have a comment?
Much related to Barbara's comment on 10% grade, which is the threshold of if it is slightly more than 10%, then it's a failure. And we have a proposed condition here warning the applicant if the inspection shows that the driveway is out of compliance, there's no certificate of occupancy.
Right.
So it's rather risky to say you're going to build a driveway exactly at 10%. So my question to Sarah, do you actually measure the grade of the driveway prior to the occupancy certificate?
Sarah, are you there?
So perhaps we can question her later.
Anybody know what the past practice has been? Have we relied on as-built drawings from the surveyor, or have we actually had DPW go out and do grade calculations on driveways?
I know on Wallace Road, they actually went out, Eric, they actually went out.
I think Eric does that on all new construction.
So they physically measure the driveway, calculate the slope, and see if it meets the 10% or
But-
less requirement.
But just for purposes of this discussion, which is a little independent of the applicant, you know, this work gets done and DPW can't keep up with it. For example, the driveway that we approved, that I made a comment on about coming a second driveway on East Union, and whether or not the culvert and the work was really gonna be done, it wasn't done and it was paved. So DPW is now dealing with it after the fact. So, you know, that's a little away from this proposal, but when we say is DPW reviewing them, you know, they do, but it's a lot of time and effort.
Dave?
I'm comfortable with condition 9, that essentially is a warning to the applicant that because the driveway is intended to be built exactly at 10%, if the field engineer makes it, whoops, it's 11%, then the applicant knows that there's a penalty to pay, failure to get occupancy.
Sarah, can you hear us?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Joanne muted me, so I couldn't talk.
Joanne,
so Sarah,
Yes,
Sarah, did you hear Dave's question?
I did. And
Okay.
I was responding in my house.
So go ahead and respond to the rest of us now.
there you go, that's it.
Okay, so we do measure it. Sometimes we try to come out honestly before it's paved, so that if changes need to be made, we can do it before pavement will need to be ripped out. But we have a smart level, and we measure it every 25, 50 feet or so to check for the grade, because these will not have been the first driveway that has been on the edge.
Thank you, Sarah.
So Sarah, you'll need to coordinate with the developer to make sure that you do get there prior to the paving?
Yes.
Okay. Phil, you?
Yeah, I have a question, I guess it'd be for Sarah, just information on this. When you measure driveway and the grades, we talk about angles and percentage. What is the tolerance on there? I mean, is it, I assume when you're doing the angles, you deal with seconds, the minutes and the seconds, but what is the tolerance, like degrees? Is it plus or minus a quarter degree, half a degree, or what kind of a tolerance is there?
When you're talking about the angle, are you referring to like the angle as it meets the road?
No, I'm talking when you do this measurement for this slope of the driveway, for the 10%,
Yes.
when you do that and you measure it, what kind of a tolerance is there when you measure it? I mean, sometimes
We do
you...
it for percent. We have a smart level that gives us a percentage to the 100th place, I think. I can't speak to the calibration of the smart level, but it is the same. It is the same tool that I used when I did inspections as a consultant.
Okay, well, I
Does
guess
that answer your question?
you've answered it, but it's not what I was, I'm just trying to find out what, when you measure something, you
We
usually
don't-
have a tolerance, in a range of a tolerance. It's something plus or minus something. And I was just wondering what kind of tolerance on these measurements is there?
Well, so for example, if on the plan they show 10%, 10.0, we will not fail the driveway if it's 8.5. We consider that better. So there's no minus, and because 10% is the regulation, there would be no plus allowed. So if it's 10.1, we would ask them to trim it down.
Okay,
So we don't, I guess the answer is we don't usually have a tolerance because it's either acceptable lower than 10 or please correct it, it's higher than 10.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Any other board members?
I have a
Kimberly?
question. I'm assuming that since on the plan, it shows the 75-foot projected wall radius under the buildable area, that's probably something we're allowed. But it seems like on 3 sites, we've got the buildable area covering a majority of the 75% protective wall radius, which just seems a little, I don't know. I guess it's probably allowed. I would imagine if they're not going to present plans that they wouldn't, but I'm not sure that, I would want that house.
I would find that concerning because if the house is in the middle of the well radius, you're gonna put the well in the middle of the house.
So they just seem a little.
We'll let them explain that when they get their time.
Okay, and then my other comment is that we have, if we're gonna recommend with these approvals, that number 8 wetland setbacks were noted on lot 10-5, but they are actually on lot 10-4.
Got that, Joanne?
Yep.
Okay. Any other board members? Seeing none, we'll invite the applicant to speak. Could you state your name for the record, please, sir?
Thank you. My name is Eric Mitchell. My office prepared these plans. The 2 questions that have come up I'd like to address is one was the discussion of the cistern and the 10% grade. When this was, the word it used, we're going to have a driveway for it. That is a little bit confusing. We're having a pull-off area, so we're not having a driveway like the driveway to the houses. The truck is not going to pull into a 10% grade. Probably going to be closer to 3 to 4%, and it's going to be a 15-foot paved area off the edge of pavement, so the whole truck pulls off the edge of pavement, and the cistern is behind that into the slope. So that when it's actually a pull-off area long enough for the fire truck, and at least 15 feet wide. It's not a driveway, and certainly is not like one of the house driveways, which goes into the slope and is at 10%. So it's going to be relatively flat and off the edge of the road, so traffic still comes and goes up and down the road. The truck is completely off the street. The second item was relative to the plan that shows the buildable areas in that. These are schematic drawings more than anything else. The key part is that we show a 4,000 square foot area suitable for placement of a septic. And the well cannot be, radius has to be outside of that. Because these lots, even if they were 2 acres, but even 5 acres, there's plenty of room to move the well or move things around that way. The buildable area, as my understanding, is just a requirement to make sure every lot has a place that you can put a house and be outside of the setbacks and do it. So this is, when I say more of a schematic, like if you look at lot number 12-10, we show the well radius up quite a bit up behind the house. Behind the 4,000 square foot area where the test pit is. I don't know that the well would be put that far up the hill. It may be down lower. So those items that we're showing are showing that it's possible, not that that's where it's actually going to be built.
So you're saying then on map 10-2 and 10-3, the well could be slid to behind the house so that the well would, that even if the house takes in a portion of the 75-foot radius, there's still room to move the well around and still stay within all your bounds.
Yes, but the buildable area that we have there, that box is 100 feet by 80 feet. That's the requirement of the town. So no house is going to be, that big. It's just that we have to show that there's buildable area that meets the setbacks, meets the slope requirement that's there. So it shows that these lots are buildable. You can put a well radius, can go through your house as long as it doesn't go to your septic tank. It stays out of your septic tank as well as to your septic. So the buildable area is more of a, just an indication that the lot is big enough to build on. It doesn't mean that's where the house is definitely going to go. And it's, in many cases, it probably isn't. It would maybe closer to the 4,000 square foot area than what some of those show. So simply put, the well radius and the buildable area, they can be moved around. Septic can be moved around if we do another test bit. But generally speaking, I think the septics will be in the same area. And even the 4,000 square foot area that we show for septics, that's a requirement of the state. Septic system is less than 1,000 square feet. So it's 4 times the size it needs to be, just showing that the soils are suitable. So for the most part, we're just showing that we can build. The actual septic design is going to show the septic location, the well location, the house location.
Any other question, Kimberly?
I guess. Thank you. There's steep slopes here too, and I think the point is, I was looking for the calculations because we have wetlands and we have steep slopes and then we have all the other stuff that has to fit on the site. And, I guess if per our rules, we allow them to overlap the buildable area with the 75-foot well radius, then I guess that's true. But these lots are very steep and the 80 by 100 I know we put out because people like to have houses and decks and yards and pools, and so yeah, but I guess I don't have any other questions, but thank you.
Mr. Mitchell?
That's basically it, was to address the couple comments that had just brought up during the earlier discussion. And we think we're able to meet the conditions. We had done all the drainage and everything else for it prior to the cistern, and we looked at the drainage for the cistern. I talked to Sarah about it, and we're going to be able to address that, the drainage for the cistern, so it's okay. And again, the fire department thinks that the pull-off area that we have is where the cistern is located is good. And so that the cistern easement that we show not just includes any pull-off area that might be there, includes the cistern, and includes soils on the sides, as well as any slope work that has to be done to put the cistern in. So anything having to do with the cistern will be inside that easement box. That isn't just for the cistern itself, it's any construction involved for that.
Board members have any questions for Mr. Mitchell? Barbara?
The driveway drainage issues.
That Sarah had mentioned?
Well, Sarah said she hadn't seen the plans, so she really didn't have any comment on the driveway. So I'm looking at sheet 5, which looks like it has a grading plan with all the driveways. And so here's part of my concern, because we show where the buildable area for the house is, but we have steep slopes with this cut. I'm assuming there's some sort of correlation to the house location, but actually when I look at, I'm assuming that this sheet comes a little closer to where you're proposing the house to be than the previous sheet where you had the septic well setback, because the houses are not shown. So I guess if it's more than 5% grading, you need to provide, drainage. You've got some stone fills, stone dam type thing. What are we talking about for the edges of these driveways on this plan?
The way it's designed, and this is what you're looking at on sheet number 5 for all the drainage for the driveways and the houses, that has already been approved through Sarah before this meeting. If we do happen to have it, if it's steeper than a certain percentage, we have to put rock or riprap or something in the ditch so it doesn't erode. And that's partly what the stone check dams are there for as well, is to slow down the water so it sort of cascades down over as opposed to run straight down. The ditch lines that we have along the road that were improved and moving it back quite a bit from what it is now are big enough to take care of the drainage for any of the driveways as well as any water coming off the front of the lots. One of the questions that Sarah had relative to drainage in the cistern is that if we have a pull-off area along the edge of the road, that's going to be on top of where we showed a ditch. And what we propose to do is put a drop inlet catch basin, which would be a catch basin that will be open. Water will go down into that, and there'll be a pipe underneath the length of the driveway, the pull-off area. So there won't be any ditch line or any water coming across the pull-off area for the cistern. And so she had asked that question, and I did address that with her, just like I did with you now, that the ditch, covering up the ditch, but we're putting a pipe underneath it to take care of the water.
Okay, and further question, if it's all right. Could you, because I'm not very good at reading these, give me an idea, if you look at sheet 6, 7, and I think 8, it was where the actual driveways are. So if I look at the driveway profile for lot 10, I see the 10% grade, and then I see the dotted line. Am I reading that correctly when I conclude that the dotted line is the current elevation? Yes. And so you're going to have to do a cut.
That's correct.
All right, so we're not talking about driveways that sheet off. We're talking about driveways that are going to have water sheeting down to them.
Correct.
Okay. And so the driveway profile for lot 10, how much of a cut is that?
Those little boxes are 5 feet tall. So
Okay.
the height going up, there should be, I think, 50 by 5. So the height, if you look at from the dash line down to the solid line, is 1 box high, maybe a little bit more. So some places 5 feet, some places maybe 6 feet.
Okay. And if those slopes are more than 5%, then you need to do other things, correct?
Yes, and that's why we show on the other plans the riprap and the swales along the edge of the driveway.
Okay, thank you.
Jim?
I have a question. I've asked similar questions before, but is there a maintenance obligation that has to go with maintaining the stone fill riprap, like Mr. Mitchell just described, the driveway, in order to have them function into the future? Because it's going to be there forever.
If I might, and it's possible, I'd like to have Sarah answer that. I remember in one of the reviews that there needs to be, I believe, something perhaps relative to the ditch line of the road, but I don't want to overspeak. So there is a maintenance agreement, I think, but I'd like to have Sarah confirm that there will be one.
Sarah?
Yes, we would recommend the standard drainage maintenance agreement, and in it we would mention, for example, the swales along the driveway, that those be maintained and not filled in, and then the ditching along the road and any.
Just mute her again.
We lost you, Sarah.
Joanne didn't touch it.
Go ahead. Sarah, go ahead.
Well, the conference call thing just told me I was muted and then unmuted, so I don't know if someone else has functionalities with it.
They shouldn't.
That's what those little
So where did
discs
it,
The
so
gremlins.
what did you,
I was.
what was the last thing you heard?
She's talking again.
Sarah, you've gotten very quiet now all of a sudden. David has something he wants to say.
Maybe for Mr. Mitchell, would that maintenance agreement also cover the cutoff swale that is behind all these areas?
Yes, because that's part of the drainage. You know, by having a cutoff swale, it's just to keep the water, more water coming down to the road and the ditch. And if there needs to be protective covenants and things put into the deeds to say that the homeowners have to maintain that and that kind of stuff, we will do that.
Sarah, are you still there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep. Sarah, how do you propose that we enforce a drainage maintenance agreement that is deeded to the properties and we require the homeowners to begin repairing swales on the edge of the road? How do you propose to make that all work?
Homeowners are already, by state RSA, responsible for maintaining driveway culverts and the ditch line immediately serving their culverts. I presume the town would really take over any extra ditch work, but the culverts would be maintained by the homeowners. The cistern structure is the piece that would be better served if there was something like a HOA, or maybe if it's maintained specifically by the homeowner that the lot is on, and that be a deeded present for them. I'm not sure. I don't have a perfect answer for that.
Well, I find them terribly hard to enforce. To try to tell the homeowner that they would have to take over the maintenance of a cistern and the ground around it as part of their deed for buying the lot. So that's just a comment. Barbara?
And we know from history that that doesn't happen because DPW has had to go into neighborhoods in that section of town in the past because there have been issues in regards to culvert and drainage maintenance where people are filling it in. It's just natural when your house is on a lot. You go to create yourself more usable land and culverts disappear because they may have done so in the past.
Mr. Mitchell, when you and Sarah were talking over the drainage on the sides of the driveways and how much discharge there might be down into the town road drainage system, did you do calculations with her that she's acceptable with her, that how much surface water is going to leave that site and come down there during different events, and she's accepted all those calculations?
Yes, and she can speak to that, but we did a full drainage study. Initially, when these plans were submitted, we had asked for a waiver not to do a drainage study. And it was suggested we'd have to because of the ditch work. So we did a full drainage study of the entire site and all the ditch lines. And that's one of the reasons why there's a cutoff swale behind the houses, because that stops some of the water from coming down from the top of the hill and going straight down into the ditch line. There's some existing culverts in the road, and so what we have proposed is that we're not going to put any more water into those existing culverts to make them overflow or anything. So the short answer is that we did a full drainage study, and Sarah is good with that. The only thing that was been brought up since the cistern is she wants to just see the edit to the study relative to the additional drainage around the cistern itself,
Okay.
which she'll review.
Thank you. Any other members? David?
I think I can concur that that is correct.
Thank you, Sarah. David?
Yeah, and there's an indication that that drainage study was done because the culverts under the driveways are 15-inch diameter, except for the very last one, which of course is going to get the flow from all four uphill. That's a 24-inch diameter. So.
Okay. Kimberly?
Mr. Mitchell, did you look at how much volume this proposed cutoff ditch is going to divert into that wetland?
There is in the calculations, we had to calculate how much water that would divert, but it's not a significant amount of water to the point where it needs to have a end section or something on that, or detention pond to hold the water. It's basically stopping water from continuing the sheet flow all the way down towards the road.
Right, but it's picking water up and it's putting it over here. So do you anticipate that wetland to grow?
No, I do not.
You done?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Sounds like you had more to say.
No.
Members?
Mr. Chair, I guess I share the concern that's been expressed that if the drainage structures that are shown are material to protecting the town infrastructure in particular. We know that private landowners, they behave like private landowners and don't maintain them. Are we creating a risk for public infrastructure by permitting this? And the answer, Sarah could say no, it's sufficient, but I do have that concern when I see this application.
I have spoken in the past about long driveways and water coming down long driveways overpowering the town's drainage system. We have asked other folks in the past to do some sort of mitigation along their own slopes, whether it was rain gardens or different things, and in this case, Sarah has reviewed the drainage calculations and she's satisfied that they're not going to overpower the drainage system as I seem to be hearing tonight. So I won't comment further because she has...
As a clarification for that, during one of the reasons that I requested the drainage study in the first place was because there wasn't really a ditch line, and so the existing conditions were already, this site is poor existing conditions. There was no ditch line, the existing town culverts, according to drainage models, overflow. So through this development, Eric Mitchell has made an effort to try to improve a failed situation. So the site was, in terms of like town drainage, was actually already a failure. So through the diverting some of the water, they are not increasing the failure in that area.
So Sarah, is this applicant redigging the ditches in the area, or are they utilizing the existing ditches?
There are no ditches
So where does
on the side they're developing. Right now, the water basically just sheet flows off of the mountain, kind of meanders. There's a stone wall there, but it just ends up in the road, and then probably sheet flows across the road.
So in this application, is the applicant improving the ditch lines in front of these 5 lots to convey the water away from the road and down towards the existing cross culverts that are in the road?
Yes,
They are improving the ditch line.
they are.
Because in order to install driveway culverts, you have to have a ditch. So I'm just asking the question because I haven't been here for the prior meetings. Okay. Karen?
So Sarah, you said they're not increasing the failure. Are you saying they're improving it?
Without upsizing the town's pipes, I think there is very little to be done to improve upon the existing conditions. Because I did not re-review the drainage report for tonight's meeting, so I do not have those numbers fresh in my mind. If Eric recalls if they made improvements with the trenching across the back or the stones along the driveways, maybe he can speak to that. But my recollection is that it was try to get as net zero as possible, improvement if possible, but please don't impact it further.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Mitchell the question directly. Are you redoing the ditches in front of these lots as part of your site?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's all I need to hear.
And just as one additional clarification, when you talked about mitigation, we have that cutoff swell in the back to stop more water going down, but then all of the houses also have leaching drip edges around them, so water coming off the roofs is going to go down into the ground, not across the front lawn down towards the road.
Okay.
So those two things we did to try to not slow the water, but stop the water from going down towards the road, and so it's even less water going down towards the road.
Thank you. Other hands in the crowd here? Kimberly?
So Sarah, I see that the driveways have 15-inch pipes underneath them, and it looks like 10, 10-1, and 10-2 drain down to a 12-inch pipe going under the road. Are we concerned with that pipe size going under the road?
So I believe that was one of my comments, probably the first plan iteration that we went through. They actually had even larger driveway culverts. At one point, I believe they had 18-inch culverts at most of the driveways. So through the adding of the trench and the stone, they were able to bring their driveway culverts down to 15. And yes, I was concerned that 15 feeding into a 12 isn't the best case scenario. In the model, it shows that existing conditions basically back up that 12 and water continues to flow past it. That same condition is going to happen in the proposed situation, but not to a level that will overtop the road.
Anyone else? Joanne? Do you have any comments at this time? What our next procedure is for recommendations?
So we had made a recommendation to continue when we mailed this out, and there were issues that were listed on here that were concerns with the DPW. Most of them would still be needed as a condition of approval. Then Jim had one that he wanted to add about a final review by the town engineer concerning the changes that were made last week.
All right. Barbara?
I was trying to play Tim over here. We also talked about the issue of needing to add conditions in regards to drainage maintenance agreements and cut-off swale. Do we want to have cut-off swale agreements? And an issue in regards to what do we want to do with the cistern down by the road, in regards to whether or not there needs to be something with that lot owner. So as to the conditions, I think the condition that planning was originally indicating it needed to be continued for, which was the cistern and the pull-off, I think that's been resolved according to Sarah. So it's just, those are the only other things that came up, along with number 8 needed to be changed to 10-4. And I think you need a public hearing.
That's right on my list. I haven't opened the public hearing yet, so I was making sure all the board members and everything. Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, I just want a clarification on the cistern easement. That easement we're proposing to be deeded to the town because it is a cistern. It's not something that just that landowner gets to use. The town uses it anywhere in town where they need to, and that's one reason why they required a 30,000-gallon cistern for just a 5-lot subdivision, is that said they don't have any water out in that area, so they wanted to get it. So that we certainly would not want to have a homeowners association required to maintain the fire system because it isn't theirs. It's not the same as a condo project or something like that. The cistern is something which the town has the right to use and will actually own it, and then we'll maintain it. They'll use it anywhere in town they want to, and I sort of imagine if Dunbarton needs to use it up the street, they'll come down to use it as well. So we, out of any of the discussion, we prefer not to have that as part of a covenant or restriction or anything maintained by any of the homeowners. It would be maintained by the town.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Anyone else? Okay. At this time, if the board is satisfied with what we've discussed so far, I will open the public hearing. Joanne,
So I'm just,
could you please remind people of the correct technique if they're calling in and how to get on the line if they want to call in?
if there's anyone on there, it looks like Sarah's back muted. No, she's fine. If there's anyone on there that would like to speak on this application, please press star 9 now.
Thank you.
No one.
What do you say, Joanne, are we clear?
Yeah, there's no one.
Okay, is anyone in the audience here for this tonight? Okay, so what's the correct term? Is it to postpone the public hearing until the next meeting, or to suspend the public hearing? So since we have no one who wants to speak on the phone and no one's here tonight, we'll suspend the public hearing until our next scheduled meeting, at which time we'll reopen the public hearing.
Or unless we're acting tonight, either.
Pardon me?
Unless we act tonight, either.
Well, aren't we, Joanne's recommendation was to continue this.
But I had to mail this out a week ago, so this recommendation is as of a week.
But I thought there was some concern about Sarah looking at all these other drainage issues.
Well, I thought if we approve it, would be the condition that she approved the plan. We don't
Okay.
need to see it again, because that's really just an engineering review.
Okay, so then I'll amend my statement, we're going to close the public hearing.
You can always reopen it if for some reason we need to. Kimberly has her hand up.
Yes, I do. I have a question.
Okay, please.
So I guess procedurally, what was said before we opened the public hearing made me question, so are we now obligating the town to take ownership of a cistern that they didn't own or have an easement on before? And is that something the planning board has the authority to do? That's not something we need to run by the select board?
Well,
I don't know. I don't remember that ever coming up before.
The select board has to approve all easements, so everything is pending select board's approval.
So we have to make that a condition
Yeah.
then.
And also, once the cistern is fully built and running and up and running, ownership then becomes the town's responsibility.
We've got them all.
that's always been.
We own the
I
cistern.
didn't know that.
Yeah, we have to do the maintenance.
I mean, the developer isn't asking to put a cistern in, the town is asking them to put the cistern in, so it's the town's obligation to take it over.
So the question is, what if the town does not accept it? What happens then?
Then they probably wouldn't be able to build because
Can't
the
start-
fire department is saying that there is no available water in
So
the
does
area.
that occur first before, so we make that a condition of the cistern be built and accepted
So-
before?
Fire has already made that statement previously when this was being
Well, we have to
reviewed.
put it in our conditions then. I mean, it can't just be out there in the ether, we have to, if there's a condition.
We had it in the fire comments.
Well, yeah, but it's not in our conditions, so what condition do we need to add to?
Whatever you think is appropriate wording that you want to add as a condition.
Look at fire department comments number 3 and 4 on
Okay.
your
So
shared
that,
agenda.
so that we need a approval from the fire department of the cistern design and construction as a condition
Of
of
approval.
approval.
We do have that now.
I know, but we gotta add it then.
Okay.
And then, but the second question is, then the board, the select board, has to accept the easement. Is that a condition of approval, or does that happen down the road when this project's already constructed, in which case it's too late?
So before the plans are signed, we have to make sure that happens. It's just a staff procedure that we do for all easements.
Okay, so it's a condition of approval that we have to add to the, it's a condition we have to add to our list that the select board accept the easement. So they accept the offer of the easement. It's not, we don't accept the thing until it's done, but whatever.
Well, we're fortunate to have a selectman who also is a fireman in the crowd tonight, so do you have any experience on cisterns?
Just kidding. To the best of my knowledge, the cistern they're usually built by the owner. Once Lieutenant Connor comes in, we have to accept it to a flow test. There's a couple things we have to do to it. And then after that, Mr. Chair, it's then transferred, the ownership is transferred over to the town of Goffstown.
Right. So the proposal is that that has to be completed prior to the certificate of occupancy for any of the residences being issued.
Usually, and I say usually, the cisterns are one of the first things built.
Right.
And then after that, they're accepted, and once they're accepted, the beginning of the process for the buildings.
But building permits are not tied to that, it's certificate of occupancy is tied
Yes.
to that.
I just want to make sure our conditions of approval include that, because right now they do not.
Okay. So write it up so when we talk about it, you can
I
read it.
can't read my handwriting, only you can read your handwriting.
I can read my handwriting, don't worry about that. Okay,
Just a comment?
please, Phil?
Yeah, I think that if a cistern isn't built, they would have problems getting fire insurance on the homes. So, I
Yeah, that
mean,
would-
it's
that
not
would
the first time, and the fire department does go out and they flush these things on, they have regular maintenance and they flush them. As it was brought up by Mr. Mitchell, it is for the benefit of the town because it serves the area and it's sized for the area. Because the tanker trucks have to come up and they fill up, or the pumpers run the hose. They might run the hose for a mile, and I don't know, sometimes 2 miles, Mark? They might run the
Miles is
hose,
pushing it, I mean, we,
but you put a pumper in between.
oh, yes, you're correct. The relay pumper, yes.
Right.
Miss,
This is Sarah. Just to clarify, in our regulations, it says all cisterns are required to be in place and fully operational to the satisfaction of the fire department prior to any combustible materials being stored on site. The tank shall be filled for a minimum of 30 days prior to the cistern being found operational. So the cistern has to be built and filled for 30 days before they can even bring in materials to build the house. So if there's going to be a condition tied to this, it's not the CO, it would probably be the building permit.
Whatever stated in the regulations.
is that in our subdivision regs?
What regulation did you find that in, Sarah?
It is Appendix C, the cistern standards.
In the development regulations?
Development, right.
Appendix B.
C.
C, as in cat.
There's a cistern section in Appendix C.
MS of
apparently.
all development regulations.
19 what do you have, 1980, Jim?
2015 is the latest,
All right. So we'll mirror the language in the development regulations as a condition of approval. No. Jim's working on it, so let him be.
Mr. Chair, I think we still have to approve a waiver, don't we?
So Joanne, is there anything else here that I'm missing?
Is it in there?
Kimberly just pointed out that there's a waiver involved with this.
General
Do we
comment.
have to accept the waiver of site-specific soil mapping? Still?
yes, you haven't acted on that.
And then Appendix C, stormwater. Oh, the drainage has been provided. All right, so we'll discuss the waivers here. The first one is Section 6L, specific soil mapping. Look for the waiver request.
Do we have to go over it, or can we just approve it?
I'm sorry?
Do we have to go over the reasons why, or can we just approve it?
Do they have to read the reasons why into the record as part of the procedure?
You have to make findings.
If they've submitted it in writing, do you have copies?
Probably so.
Is it on an old application or on something we just got?
this one.
I don't have it in my pile.
Is it,
So Gail has just given me our regulation to say that in a case when a strict application of the regulation for waivers would cause practical difficulty, the board may waive specific plan requirements with the board to determine that such a waiver will not affect the purpose and intent of the regulations. Thank you.
I move that we waive it for those reasons on the basis of the reasons raised in the request for waiver.
I second.
That's for 6L, Jim?
Yes.
Okay, motion's been made by Jim and seconded by Kimberly. Any discussion on the motion? For waiver request for section 6L, the specific site, Specific soil mapping. No discussion, call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Passes. Okay, now, is Appendix C, the stormwater management and drainage study, that has been provided, so they no longer need that waiver at this point, Joanne?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Resolve any outstanding issues, it says right here in red, number 4. We have outstanding issues to resolve. And address comments appropriately. And Joanne, in your opinion, on the staff recommendations 1 through 17 or 18, plus the additional ones that'll be presented, are they all administrative at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
And I added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've added 6 extras.
Okay, so when we're ready to discuss the final vote, I'll ask you to read those into the record and see if Jim concurs with the wording and all that.
Mr. Chair, I have to be persnickety, but I have some questions on the list of conditions.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if these are comments, or maybe I'm reading the wrong list, never mind. I don't know what, we got a,
They were outstanding comments, but since last week, they've become conditions.
Where is the list of conditions that you're recommending?
Is that the 18 in red?
Chairman's- the
Page
chairman's-
7.
Staff report, he's got that.
I'm on page 2 of the chair's agenda, Jim.
Yeah.
I'm on the staff report, page 7.
In the original document you mailed to us?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm there.
Okay, so if I'm looking at page 7,
And
Yeah,
those
went
are
through it.
identical to the chair's report tonight.
okay, at 9 and 10, it says it should be noted that, and please note on 10, our condition should be an imperative, should be a statement, not please note. It's a certified plan will be required, so take out the please note. That's, we're making a statement of what's a condition. And then on number 17, as determined by an engineering evaluation. What does that mean?
Sarah, that's one of yours. Can you answer
Well, does that mean, should we say as approved by the Department of Public Works?
That's fine, it was taken verbatim from our development regs.
Okay, can we make that actually apply to what we're doing? So as approved by the,
As determined by the Goffstown DPW evaluation,
yeah, as approved.
As-
That sounds great.
strike the word engineering and add Goffstown DPW.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really have to look at these words. Do I feel cranky about that? Yes.
Any other things? So Joanne, since we're discussing these conditions, could you please read into the record the other ones that were discussed tonight that you're adding after number 18?
Yes, that you were recommending that the plan receive final review by the town.
No, we are
attorney.
requiring that.
Requiring.
Come on, you have to have statements that are commands, not wishes.
Okay. By the town attorney, and that was regarding the changes that were made with the cistern
By the
and
town-
drainage.
No, not the town attorney, by Sarah.
I'm sorry, did I say attorney? I meant engineer.
As much as I like making
I was
business
looking
with
at you
others.
thinking attorney. The
My
next
sweatshirt
one
says-
would be the submittal and approval of the drainage maintenance agreement.
And we've clarified that to not include the cistern. The drainage maintenance agreement is for the
Right.
driveways,
Right.
and the DPW is going to maintain the road ditches. So it's basically a drainage maintenance agreement is for the driveways.
Correct.
And as Sarah stated in the RSA, that homeowners are responsible for their culvert under their driveway because that's the law.
Sure, it's the driveway and this thing back, what do they call it?
So from the culvert back up into the site, I guess would be the starting point
Oh, yeah, what do they
and the
call
ending
that?
point.
Yeah, the.
Ditch, cutoff ditch.
Yeah, the cutoff ditch, yeah.
Okay?
And then the select board's acceptance of the offer of the cistern easement.
Okay?
And then the last one was to include the fire department's comments numbers 3 and 4. So we're just going to copy what the development regulations require concerning the cistern.
That's from what Sarah stated, that the cistern has to be in place and
Yes.
operational
Yeah.
prior to any combustible materials being brought to the site.
Correct.
And that's in our development regulations.
Yes.
So that will mirror that statement directly.
Sure. That's
Okay.
correct.
I thought you said you had 6, that's
I
only 4.
crossed some out because they were repetitive.
Okay.
Have we made a motion yet, or are we just discussing?
No, we're still
No.
getting our list of conditions together, Jim,
I-
to make sure that we have all the conditions before
Okay.
someone makes a motion.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion then. That
Okay.
we approve with the conditions that are in this as amended or corrected and with the additional ones Joanne just said. And,
Conditions 1 through 22,
the-
was it?
Yeah, the drainage, I don't know if you included, the drainage on the plan for this, for the cistern must be approved by Department of Public Works. Was that included in yours?
No, they don't approve it, it's approved by the...
No,
fire department.
remember Sarah described that.
Yes, that was the first one.
She had about what they're doing around the, she hasn't seen the final plans on the cistern, so that's, I wanted to make sure that was included.
Okay.
The total motion?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
So we are 1 through 20, what, Jim, 1 through 23 now?
I think it's 22.
Joanne has the total
It's
list.
still
Still 22.
It's a
Okay.
repeat
I'm
of what
good.
Joanne had.
Okay, just want to make sure I marked it down correctly. Do I have a second motion by Jim?
Karen.
Karen, you second? Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion by the members? Seeing none, we'll have a vote. All those in favor of approving the application, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And you'll have to submit your final plans to Sarah for approval prior to Joanne's.
Understood.
Okay. Okay.
They're never easy.
Now,
Number one now.
next item on the agenda is also old business. It's map 18, lots 17 and 16A, completeness review, site plan review, conditional use permit hearing for a proposal to convert an existing house on lot 16A into a laundromat. Joanne, could you please give us an update on the application when you're ready?
Okay.
I didn't say the property is located at 586 Mast Road, 2 Hague Street and Joplin Street, zone commercial. Thank you. Continued from May 27th. All right, Joanne.
Okay, so you have amended plans on this application that were submitted last week.
Are those in that's what was mailed to us? too?
Yes. And I'll try to go over the changes that you see. So they did provide us with architectural drawings for the laundromat building. They are in a separate section of your packet. They're not with the plan set itself, but they will be when in the end. They're removing the front door that fronts onto Hague Street, and they are closing off that section. So the entrance to the laundromat will be from the parking area connected to the car wash. The fire department is concerned about some venting for the dryers, and I'm still not clear on where those vents will go and how many there will be, and so the fire department needs further information. What they did do is they decided to take out the landscaping that's currently in front of that house and put down gravel stones, but that needs to be reflected on the landscaping plan, which is not at this moment. Because one of the comments was that the dryer heat would kill any landscaping that was out there. They were proposing 20 washing machines and 10 dryers in that building. They mentioned the shared access at the last meeting. They were providing access from both sites, but we're still, we don't have the access easements yet to have reviewed, and nothing is really shown on the plan yet at this time. They've changed up the vacuum units somewhat. What they were originally proposing was similar to the vacuums over by the Shell station with the big arms, which they're still proposing. However, those vacuums have one large motor that runs the whole line, and it's closed in, and it's, could be noisy. It's kind of the same noise no matter if you're running one vacuum or full 10. In this case, they're proposing to remove the concrete stations where the vacuums are located and move the vacuums closer. In the front, it would be closer to the road, and in the back, it would be closer to the property line. However, I'm not really clear on what they're doing for the motors. Mr. Mitchell mentioned at the last meeting that there would be, they would take the old motor the motor that's in the old vacuums and use it for these vacuums, but I'm not sure how that would be done or where those motors would be located. So I just need some further clarification on that. The hours of operation for the back vacuums were limited in a previous site plan to go no higher than 55 decibels at 60 feet apart, and they've agreed to stay with that condition for the back vacuums. Let's see. The application was found complete on March 27th, and it was also found that it did not have regional impact. They had required a waiver for the landscaping and screening. The board had previously asked for a plan showing the existing landscaping and what was being newly proposed. The landscaping sheet does show, it's sheet 6 of 8, it does show the current landscaping, which meets the requirements, so I don't believe a waiver is needed at this point in time, as long as they maintain what's there. Getting down to the conditional use permit, there are 3 conditional use permits, or 3 sections that they need conditional use permits for. The first one is the driveway access onto Joffrey Street, which is less than 125 feet from the intersection of Mast Road. This is an existing driveway. However, they are changing it from a 2-way to a 1-way out. So I'm not sure if the board is going to require a conditional use. I'm just basing this on one of our previous applications where the applicant made a change to the driveway, and therefore it required the process of the new. So the next one would be to permit a new access from Hague Street that is closer than 100 feet from another existing driveway. And this is, and closer than 125 feet to the intersection of Mast Road. So this is the new driveway next door to the current house where the laundromat would be going. And it would be an enter-in. That driveway is new and is close to, it's adjacent to the property next door, which is lot 15. So that is something that they need to address. And the third conditional use would be that the driveway shall be located at least 100 feet from another existing driveway, which is the one I just mentioned. So they're closer than 100 feet from the intersection, and they're closer than is required from an existing driveway. There is a section that Mr. Mitchell referred to in our development regulations 7.5.5, which is driveway separation and alternatives, and he was kind of leaning to ask the board to approve this, like they can say, you know, we think that this is fine and the reduction, you know, it's an established lot. Some of these driveways were established driveways, although they are changing somewhat. But I steered him towards the actual conditional use permits because I thought it was much more clear that way. So those things still need to be addressed. And then if we get into the staff comments, I had some questions about the actual traffic traveling through the site, the vehicular traffic traveling through the site. Currently, if you come, the way it's laid out now, if you are exiting the car wash itself, and the vacuums are straight in front, most people are exiting the site going left and heading towards Joffrey Street. However, they've turned it into two-way traffic, or maybe it has always been two-way, but it just wasn't laid out on the plans. I think that's an accident waiting to happen, because if you're trying to head out of the car wash and trying to make a left, you potentially have traffic flowing right in front of you, heading in the opposite direction. So to me, that just doesn't seem like it's safe. As far as parking goes, they have quite a bit of parking. They've included 40 parking spaces. That's including the vacuums, where the vacuums are located. However, they're lacking 3 spaces for the laundromat itself. They are asking if they could do shared parking between the 2 lots. The 2 lots will be owned by related entities, but different names as far as I understand. And so they would not be merging these lots together as one. They would keep them separate. And then Sarah had some basic comments, but she was fairly good with this plan at this point. And the only other outstanding comment is Manchester Waterworks. I don't know what the status is with that. I have not heard back from Manchester Water. They want to see, they need to review the plans because they're wondering too, they'd like to see a floor plan because they're wondering where the plumbing fixtures are and how do they enter the building and all of that. And I don't know if they've heard from you, if you've had any conversations with them. But that's one of the things we need before the plans can get signed. We have to have all of the other approvals in place.
Joanne, has this applicant been in front of the sewer commission to find out if they have access to the capacity to enter the sewer mains with a laundromat application from a residential site?
I don't believe so.
We have not yet. We
No.
have to still verify, if I may speak, with the utilities, just to make sure Manchester Water, Sewer Department, everybody's okay with it.
Well, it's Goffstown to start with for the sewer. And Goffstown has a requirement, a regulation, the sewer commission, in the ordinance that any applicant that wants to do a project that requires access to the sewer has to come before the sewer commission before they come to the planning board to find out if there's access to the sewer and if there's capacity for that project to be adding into the sewer. And that is designed to prevent an applicant from going through a lot of expense to do a project only to find out that there's inadequate supply at the sewer and they're told, no, you may not hook into the sewer. So I'm just making sure you're aware of that because I haven't, there's 2 sewer commissioners at this table and neither one of us has seen you folks at a sewer commission meeting yet.
I was not aware of that, but
But that isn't sewer commission that's a sewer commission ordinance. And we have been working with planning and building to make sure that they advise applicants of that regulation when they walk in the door with a set of plans. First question is, if there's municipal sewer involved, have you been to the sewer commission before you spend a lot of money on plans and designs only to be told no. So that's just a little bit of something for discussion for future knowledge. So you will need to appear in front of the sewer commission at some point. Thank you. All right, Joanne, are you done with your,
Yes.
with everything,
That's
board
where we're at
members?
with this.
Board members have any comments for Joanne or for each other? Please start with Karen.
Joanne, what you were saying about the waiver for the driveway that's already existing, I think it was the one on Joffrey Street. Are you saying that if they weren't changing it to an exit only, there wouldn't be a need for the waiver?
As long as they're not making any changes, because this use is not changing for the car wash. They're just making changes with the vacuums and things like that. But the use itself is not changing. So I don't believe that they would have to get a conditional use permit for an existing driveway that's being used currently for a car wash. But because they're changing it from a two-way to a one-way out, I don't know how the board feels about that.
Oh, gotcha. And I only see 24 parking spaces.
Yeah.
I thought I heard
So,
40.
so there's, let me read it off to you so I don't.
Actually, Joanne, could you please explain, they also include queuing at the car wash and spaces within the car wash as part of the tally,
Okay.
which I never heard about that until the last meeting.
So the ordinance reads that, let me just find the numbers.
That's where your
Here
extra
it is.
spaces are.
So for a service use, which would be the laundromat, you would need one space per every 200 square feet, which equals 8, rounded off equals 8 spaces, including the ADA space, and they've provided 5. And for the car wash automatic, they need 2 spaces within the car wash, plus 5 stacking spaces per bay. So there's 3 bays, so if you have the 2 within, that's 6 spaces, and there's 5 stacking per bay, so that's 15 times the 3 bays, which equals 15, and that adds up to 21.
So where would they be located on the plan? Just so I know what I'm looking at.
So the stacking spaces,
Are they the?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lines.
the lines, and then inside would fit 6 more cars.
Because it seems like we have 24 numbered spaces outside of the car wash.
Right, they didn't number the stacking or the cars inside the car wash.
What is the ordinance say that that's allowable? The ordinance says that's allowable, permittable?
So the ordinance only calls for the number inside the car wash and the stacking. They don't have 5 stacking, but they have other spaces around the site that most of those are being used for the vacuums.
Okay. And then the laundromat itself was supposed to have 8?
8, and there's only 5.
Okay.
The other thing I question is, and I mean, I'm not an engineer, so I don't know the answer to this, but where you enter the site off of Hague Street and you drive in where it says enter only, there are, 4 spaces there. And I was just concerned if someone went into there's 16 feet between the edge of the space and the edge of the property there. Not property, but the edge of the drive before you get into the other area. So if you were in that car and you went to back out and someone was trying to pull in, is that dangerous?
I would say so. It doesn't.
All right, Joanne, do you have anything else?
No.
Karen, do you have anything else?
Is the requirement for the laundromat only one handicap spot?
Yeah, so the laundromat parking is separate and you only need one
Okay.
up to I think it's something like 25 car parking lot.
Okay, all right. Yep, I'm all set.
Any other board members? I'll reserve my comments till later then. All right, if there's no other comments from the board members, do we have any other staff that wants to speak before we open this up to the applicant? Does Sarah have comments from DPW, or does Fire have comments that need to be? other than we heard about fire for the heat from the dryers, that's right.
Sarah?
I am all set. I only have 2 little plan comments that I think can be addressed as conditions.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, then, board members, if it meets your pleasure, we're going to open this up to the applicants to speak.
Thank you. My name is Eric Mitchell. My office prepared these plans, and Attorney Andrew Sullivan is also here with me, who represents the owners as well. The synopsis has already been given, and this is not the first hearing that we've had on this. What we've done on the plan since the last time we talked, and Joanne did go into this, and I want to eliminate confusion. There's been confusion even with me as to what's happening with the vacuums. Just to make it clear that at one point in time it was considered to put a central vacuum in attached to the building and put suck lines to all the other places. Currently there are vacuums on islands in the parking lot, and what has been decided to do is get rid of the central vac and any noise or whatever that creates, keep the number of vacuum motors in the back of the building, which is 4 today, that was originally approved. We're still going to keep that too. Those motors, which were on islands, are going to be put onto the poles. The poles are going to be between the parking spaces, so there may be the ability for 2 suck lines to come out of the motor, but only 1 motor is running at a time. 1 motor is running in the back for the total of 4. So there's only 4 motors. There's 4 motors today. There'll be 4 motors in the future. We're not adding more. Originally, when we had this plan, we had shown to put more independent motors in the back. We've taken that away. It's only the same amount of motors as what we had, what is there today. In the front of the building, it's same thing. There are islands where the motors were put on, and then there were double suck lines that went to either side. The motors themselves are going to be now put onto poles in the front, just like in the back, and they'll have suck lines that go to either side. So it'll still be 4 motors in the front, which would be a potential for 8 suck lines in the front. So no central vac, no increase in the amount of motors in the front or in the back. It's going to be 4 in the back like it is today, and 4 in the front as well.
If I could just clarify the plan. Right now, there are 6 vacuums in front. There are 3, we call them islands where the motors are, 6. It's contemplated that there'll be 8 vacuums, but just the 4 posts. There'll be 2 vacuums running off one. The applicant calls it a boom, whatever. So right now, there are 4 in the back, 6 in front. We're looking for the back's not going to change, except the motor's going to take it off the ground, put on a boom. There'll be 6 in the front. There'll be 8 in the front.
Mr. Mitchell, I have a question for you about these. Now, you said where are the motors presently? Are they in a housed area? Where are those vacuum motors?
They're in an island, and you may be able to see that on the existing conditions plan, which is sheet number 2.
I mean, physically, are they located within a box, or are they, because you're talking about hanging them on a post, is that going to change decibel levels for vacuum motors? I mean, you know, the noise levels are concerns for
I don't know the answer to that. Currently, they're on an island with a container around the outside.
Right.
So they're contained, and they're sitting on top of the pavement between the pull-up areas. The decibels from the motors, I don't know what the decibels are coming out, but it's the same motors as before. I don't know if the motors themselves they're not going to be just open to the outdoors, if they have to be covered up like they are in the island. But there's more in the island than just the motors themselves.
I mean, I'm just going by your statement that they're going to be put on poles, so I don't even know what that means. So some clarity is going to be needed on that item, and obviously decibel levels are going to be quizzed, because they certainly don't want them to be louder. That was the purpose of you not using a central vac system, I'm assuming, because that was going to have noise issues.
Yes.
So I'm assuming that if you're going to change these to a pole location, you would maintain the same decibel level or even reduce it if it was possible. But that's up to you to
Yep.
answer that at a later date. I'm not asking for an answer right now.
Okay.
It's a consideration. Jim?
Well, I had a really question. It sounded like they're, when Mr. Mitchell used the term suck lines coming off, increasing. Does that mean the motors are running more and thus more sound? Same kind of question about
That's an answer he'll have to get for us.
I'm concerned about noise, so.
Can I ask a question?
Karen?
Perfect, yeah. So there's 4 currently in the front of the property, and the proposal is to put an additional 4 in the back, is that correct?
No, before there is.
No, there's 4 in the back currently. We're going to keep the 4 motors in the back. There, if you, perhaps if,
It just says proposed, that's why I was confused.
yes. Okay, I see on the existing condition plan it does, no, that's the grading plan, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it doesn't,
Barbara, go ahead, jump right in there.
page 12 of what was sent to you by staff shows a partial picture of one of the existing vacuums at the front of the building. They are the same vacuums that are in the front and the back of the building currently. So when Mr. Mitchell talks about an island exists, you don't see it on the existing plan. It's on a raised concrete island that also has a trash receptacle in it. And then it has a separate structure, one structure that houses 2 hoses off of it that are the 2 vacuums he's talking about. So when you look in the back, where you're currently seeing 4 poles, what you really have currently are 2 islands that you actually pull up next to on each side of, because they have the, what do they call those vacuum hoses that come out?
Vacuum hose.
So what's, even they call them vacuum, fancy that, ooh. And in the front, you have the same thing, where you have them between the spaces. So what they're talking about is going to poles, which I'm assuming are somewhat similar to what we see at the Shell station now on the side, so, of that building, and they will all be actual poles. So I'm also assuming that there's gonna be some,
Go to the back, Tim.
is there going to be some tear up
Stop in the
of the
back.
pavement?
Barbara,
at
there's a
some-
handout here that has a nice multicolored picture on the
Right,
front.
yeah.
All the vacuum equipment is in the back of that.
Oh, right, well, it's a picture of the actual vacuum stuff, but it
Right
doesn't
here.
really show what's going to actually happen on the ground. But that's what
Right
they're
to the back,
doing.
Karen.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, so they're putting those poles up, which I'm assuming means they're going to have to take out these concrete areas, repave and
That's
put up
correct.
new poles,
We
which you
call them
can't
islands.
tell it from the plans that they submitted for existing conditions because it's not shown.
Well, I apologize if I might, existing conditions, I said it was sheet 2, that's the
Yeah.
grading plan. Sheet 3 is existing conditions, and that's where the
See,
islands are.
there you see, okay.
So, the islands that are.
All right.
Not really
Well, if I had read the
but they are
labels,
shown.
too,
I know.
On sheet 3.
Oh, yeah, okay, got it. And that's what,
So that's what's happening.
I guess this is what it's gonna look like.
Okay, does anybody have any more vacuum questions for Mr. Mitchell to bring later? David?
Mr. Mitchell, sheet 1 of 8, on the front parking slots, you show a proposed vacuum between slots 8 and 9, little square rectangle. Was that misplotted? Shouldn't it be between 7 and 8?
Yes, it should.
Thank you.
Okay. Looks like there's a light fixture there, though.
It's because slots 9, 10, and 11 are reserved for the laundromat.
Oh, I see.
So why is there a
Yep.
vacuum
Okay.
in front of it?
Any other vacuum questions for Mr. Mitchell to bring us answers to later?
Well,
Barbara?
I would like to see some sort of a visual somehow of what we're going to see, because those are pretty massive poles at the Shell station
Yeah.
right now, but they're away from the road and they're on the side of a building, so they're sort of, they're not screened, but they're at least man-made structures that they blend into as you drive by and look at them. These are gonna be hanging out there like light fixtures all on their own, and I would be interested to see if there was some way to see what they're gonna look like, because there's some little trees there and some other things, and it seems to me they're just gonna be these huge structures, so.
All right. Information request.
Okay. And to follow up on some other comments that were made about the traffic going through the site, it's true that currently coming off of Joffrey Street, it's you can go in or out. We did have a traffic study done by the applicant, which was reviewed by the town's consultant. And what was proposed is to have a one-way out at the Joffrey Street entrance, so that there's no way any traffic can come off of Mass Road, pull into Joffrey, and then get tangled up or whatever, not being able to pull into this site. So that the only access going out of the Joffrey on the front access would be exit only for the site. In addition to that, the access that we have coming in from Hague Street, when we were here a couple of years ago, we had looked at putting a two-way out through there, and that's when Aroma Joe's was there and other things, all that's gone away. But we specifically have just a one-way enter there, so that the only traffic coming in from Hague Street is to enter the laundromat area. It'll not be stacked up, it doesn't affect the out at the stop sign out at Hague Street, because no traffic is going to be exiting our site onto Hague Street. So the traffic is going, just coming in from Hague Street and going up through our site. A question that was brought up is people backing out of, say, parking spot number 16. Is that going to be a safety issue? It is not. Our traffic consultant did address that. There's more than 16 feet of area to back up. The car who's backing out of 16 does not go into Hague Street, doesn't back into the road. And with respect to any of these diagonal parkings, it's no different. If the parking person in lot 13 wants to back out, well, they're going to be in front of lot 14 and 15, and those people can't back out, or no one can pull in and come any further until that car backs out and pulls forward. So our traffic consultant had looked at that, and we don't consider that to be an issue with backing out of that lot number, parking spot number 16. In addition, the recommendation from our consultant was to have two-way traffic in front of the car wash. And one thing to remember, we do have the width there, so that it's the same width as well.
Can you please give me 15 minutes and do something different?
Hey, somebody is talking at our meeting here, whoever that is on the phone.
That's one of the principals of the applicant. Scott, you're just going to have to wait. You know, you'll be called if when it's appropriate.
Who is that?
That's Scott Briggs. He's one of the principals.
Well, Mr. Briggs, if you will recognize you to speak, if you would like to state your name for the record, so you're in the conversation right now.
Thank you. My name is Scott Briggs. I'm one of the owners of the property. I apologize. I thought I couldn't be heard because I was waiting for somebody to acknowledge my star nine.
Well,
So I apologize.
we heard you. Okay, so if you want to speak, just kind of make a sound that you want to speak, and we'll recognize you when the time comes. Maybe your attorney can help us recognize you when it's time. Mr. Mitchell, continue.
Yes, please. I can shed light on
Scott,
a couple of things that we're talking about tonight.
Scott, we're not ready for you yet. At the appropriate time, you'll be recognized, but not right now. So just listen at this point.
Yes, okay.
I just have
Okay.
the last comment to address the traffic in front of the car wash. This isn't a speedy car wash where cars are coming through on, everyone is driving in and out. It's no different than a parking lot where people are coming in and out of a parking lot and have to stop and wait for cars to go back. We don't consider this to be a very fast-moving site, so that to allow the traffic to go in and out helps the traffic flow for people coming into Joffrey. It allows people to exit the site onto Mass Road by going out through the one-way exit, which is to the right. So with our traffic consultant, he's looking at the two-way traffic in the front. He believes it's fine to have that there. because we do not have, this is not a busy site. Obviously, this could have been totally different if that Roma's Joe's was there and people picking up and that, but that's not the case. This is much more of a passive type of site than what anything else that could be there. So we believe the two-way traffic in front of the building is okay, and the backing of lot 16 is adequate. So it's not going to back out into Hague Street, and it's not going to unduly impede anybody who wants to pull in to the site.
Okay, I had the same comment written down as a note here about backing vehicles from the proposed parking, the diagonal parking, but I also have another one that I'd like to bring up. I heard comment from the residents at the prior public hearing that a lot of residents on Hague Street have a very difficult time making a left turn out of Hague Street because of traffic queuing at lights and everything else. Do you think that your one-way in is going to become a cut-through for people leaving Hague Street that want to get to the light to make a left when they have difficulty getting out of Hague Street? I'm seeing it as a possible way to get to the light easy, to use the light.
I don't know. And
I don't know either.
You know, if that's a concern from a traffic standpoint, you know, and again, it's not, whether we put up a sign, say no through traffic or something like that, or
Unenforceable.
Customers only, yes, it's unenforceable, but at least people may see it. I don't know. Some people will do what they want, and it may not be the people living on Hague Street that are going to do it, but someone else might want to do it, but I don't know.
I've watched people cut through the Cumberland Farms at the end of Mountain Road to get out easier because it's a faster way to get out of that intersection. So I've seen it, that's why I'm asking the question of you. Thank you. Any other board members have questions about the traffic at this point?
Well, it's
Karen.
not about the traffic, it's about the parking space.
Parking space, you can go right there.
Okay, so how far away are the parking spaces 9, 10, and 11 from the laundromat, or the proposed laundromat building?
You're looking at the big plan or the small plan? 1117? Okay. If you look underneath the title block, where it says February 19th, you can see what the scale is in through there. So about, this is, it says 1 is 20, but because these are reduced, it's probably 1 inch equals about 40 feet. So if you take a look at 9, which is the furthest away,
Yep.
you'd probably have about close to 35 feet or so to get to the crosswalk, and then 20, 25 feet to come across the crosswalk. So it isn't very far from lot 9, 10, 11, those are about 10 feet, 9 feet wide. Crosswalks another 5 feet, so then to go across the turn lane that goes in would end up being another 20 feet or so. So you're looking at, to get to the sidewalk in front of that, less than 40 feet.
Okay.
David?
Mr. Mitchell, the entrance to the car wash from Hague Street, that entrance effectively only serves the car wash.
Hague Street or
Car
Joffrey
wash?
Street?
Hague Street or Joffrey?
Hague, the entrance into the facility from Hague, it says enter only. Effectively, that entrance only serves the car wash because you cannot get into the, what did I say? It only serves the laundromat because you cannot, on the property, get to the car wash.
Yes.
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 Is there, potentially, could there be a sign there saying laundromat entrance only?
Could do that.
Wait, so,
I anticipate that
no,
that people may want to think that they can get in that driveway. to
no,
wash
see,
their car,
that
but they
doesn't
can't.
clear to me either.
They actually could, David, if they exited the
Yeah, they
site,
can.
took a left on Joffrey Street and went down and came in the back way. So it's not out of the question.
That brings up your cut-through concept again.
Thank you. Karen?
So I just wanted to understand this. So what is preventing people coming in that entrance on Hague Street from driving over to the car wash? Because,
Nothing.
okay, okay.
Isn't there a curb, right? Isn't that a curb line?
Yeah, they can go right across the front of the car wash, though. They can go in and take a left and go right over there. Go back out on Joffrey's, loop
Oh,
around,
I
and
see,
come
right,
over
right all
there.
the way around here, right. But there's something here that's gonna make
No.
them go that way.
Yes, there's a
Yes.
curb line.
Right.
Okay, okay.
Any other board members want to talk about the site traffic or the parking or anything at this point?
I guess I
Okay,
have a
Mr.
question.
Mitchell, it's all yours again.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Karen, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So, looking at the existing conditions plan, we have those 3 islands across the front. So cars are already parking at those islands in front of the car wash. Do you have any problem with cars coming out of the car wash and then maneuvering in and out of those islands? Because it looks to me like it's the same distance as it would be for future parking.
I think that if you look at the existing conditions on sheet 3, the ones in the front, you can see that the width between those islands is much bigger than it is a parking spot. They're much wider. It's probably close to 12 to 15 feet. So they're bigger there. When Scott ends up speaking, because he's the one who knows specifically about the car wash, my belief is that if there was a problem with congestion because of people using those vacuums or backing in and people coming and going, that's something that would have been rectified. But Scott can talk about that because he's the one who knows the physical action of that, if that's what you're asking. Is there a problem already with congestion because of where the vacuums are?
Okay. Thank you.
I have one more question about the parking. You're requesting shared parking on separate lots, correct, for your
Yes.
approval for the laundromat?
Yes.
And you've also stated you want to make those lots, maintain those lots as separate lots, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan is going to say
When you
something.
use the word maintain, you're not talking about the physical maintenance of.
No, you're talking about leaving them as separate lots.
Yes.
So my concern is that someday one of those properties is sold and now the shared parking goes away because the new well, you can say it'll be in the deed, but deeds are challenged and people put up barricades, they do all kinds of things. I'm not concerned, I'm concerned that the parking calculations will share it out if one or the other parcels get sold and then there's a disagreement between the new owners that, hey, I don't care what your agreement says, you're not parking in my lot over here.
Then they could resort to the court to enforce it. I mean, it would be courted easement, like a restrictive covenant. It's just like a lot of plazas have shared access. That's why we do them. So I've never had a problem where someone has a easement on a recorded deed, especially in a commercial environment, where they try to block it. I've been doing this for 40 years and never seen it.
I'm just bringing it up because that's something that comes into my head, that properties get sold and owners don't agree with each other and now they don't want to share parking anymore. Eric?
In some respects, in this case, it's a trade-off because car wash has an access to go out to Mass Road over the laundromat property,
Right.
their exit. They have an easement to do that. So if the laundromat has 3 parking spots and an easement and a right to use that on the laundromat property, it's sort of, they're both, working together. I can understand your issue if people don't like each other. But there is sort of, in that one area, laundromat has right to go across to park on the car wash piece. Car wash people have the right to go across the laundromat.
Right. Karen?
The curb line that's here, does that go across does the curb go through the crosswalk? I know that sounds silly, but.
Originally it does, but it will be it's going to be taken away.
Okay.
There's original curb line there now on sheet 3, it shows
Okay.
there.
So, but it'll only be removed for the crosswalk, correct?
If you look, I'm sorry, but if you look at sheet number 1,
Yeah.
there'll be a different curbing detail. There'll be curbing next to the handicap space, number 12, which will be a little different shape than what is currently out there now.
But I thought there was curbing that prevented people from driving through the laundromat parking lot to get over into the car wash parking lot. So that's the curbing I was talking about.
No, that shaded area is a crosswalk. There's no curbing to prevent people from...
What's the line to the left of the shaded crosswalk?
That's a curb line.
Right.
Right.
That's my point.
Yeah, exactly.
That curb line prevents people from going to the back of the car wash.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of people parking in spots 9, 10, and 11. Are they gonna have to walk over a curb to get?
There's
Oh,
a,
not through here.
you can see the radius on the curb there next to number 11. It curls around and becomes the entrance to
Okay.
the parking. There's a little, well, it's curved, and then it goes right to the edge of the crosswalk. Touches the edge of it. But you're not stepping over a curb to get access to the crosswalk. Board members, anything else? Mr. Mitchell, you have anything else to go over?
No, I'd be glad to answer any of the questions that you have as they come up.
Tim, I just want to make a,
Jim?
what are we looking for additional information on, to summarize where we are?
Sounded like vacuums, noises, decibel levels that I can think of. Especially if they're going to change out the unit from the pedestal mounts to pole mounts. Everything else has just been
Visual
discussion.
for the pole.
Visual for the poles, that's right. All the rest of it was just discussion about safety and parking and traffic and things like that.
Are we gonna consider the Manchester Waterworks thing into this here, getting permission to move forward, or the Goffstown Waterworks?
They need to go to the sewer commission too.
I mean, we can sit here all night and.
Well, I'm assuming this is going to be continued, right? Are we trying to end this tonight?
I have no idea. I'm
That's
just
Joanne. I don't see,
making a comment.
Joanne, you have a recommendation here on your, I don't see a recommendation on your, you have outstanding issues, but no recommendation.
I don't have any recommendation, at least when I wrote this, because I wasn't sure what would happen as the discussion went on as far as the conditional use permits and all of the
Well, then I
things
think
that are
we
needed.
need to address some of the other requests here. The issue of the conditional use permit for the use of the driveway on Hague Street. Does the board members feel that that is an appropriate methodology?
Well, I think we can't vote on that to address public comment.
We can discuss it without voting on it.
Okay, just make sure we're discussing and not.
Do we want to talk about it when we're indicating you have to go to the sewer commission?
I'm
for help or
asking-
not?
I'm asking, is it proper procedure to talk about this conditional use permit now or not? I think it is. Get it out of the way. I don't say vote on it, but at least have a discussion on it so it's open for the public comment as well.
Okay, my concern is we shouldn't be making hardening decisions without the benefit of public comment.
All right, well, then
So
we'll,
to the extent
go-
we discuss it, make a decision, then public comment comes in, I revisit it. So I think we can
If I
address
may,
the issues.
question.
Attorney Sullivan?
Now be an appropriate time for Scott to augment what Eric and I.
Yes, I think since he's the owner and we're in the applicant stage, I think it's a good time that Scott has something. Scott, just remember that whatever you tell us, if it's going to be a long discussion about what your representatives already had, please try to be brief and keep this meeting manageable.
And Scott, if I may just.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, Scott, if I may just pinpoint a couple quick things. Why don't you hit the decibel question, which is a question of whether the motors being elevated on the poles would emit a higher decibel than what they are now. And two, maybe you have a description of the visual of the poles, what they may look like. And then you can go on from there.
Sure. Sure, so I think the first, bear with me for maybe 15 seconds. The vacuum islands themselves are just big concrete blocks. All they were designed to be is a raised table to set a vacuum canister on top of. Now, in addition to that, there's a hollowed out space in the center of that concrete vacuum island where you can put a trash can. So I wanted to start with that visual because there's a lot of talk about vacuums, motors, and what have you. What we have there today is a vacuum canister that is attached to the concrete pad. It has its own closure, it has its own motors, it has its own bags. We are only going to lift that canister off the concrete pad and put it in a bracket that attaches to a pole. That's all we're doing.
How high?
So every single vacuum, the same height that they are today. So nothing is changing about how that canister looks. Nothing is changing about how many canisters we will have in the back or in the front, if I can say that. And Andy, you can address the front later. And nothing is changing about the motors, the canisters, the decibels, nothing. It's all the same. The only difference is we're removing the islands to clean up that back property line to be able to stripe parking, and in doing so, we will increase the number of parking spaces, because when you move a vacuum island that's 8 feet long and 4 feet wide, you just grabbed a lot of square footage. And in place of those islands, we're just putting poles, and we're attaching the canister vacuums to those poles at the same height.
What will the diameter of the poles be and how high will it be?
So I gave you an example, like these vacuum poles, the exact footage, I would not want to quote without having it in front of me, and I apologize for not having it. It is a standard fixture you order out of a car wash catalog. It will, some of them have a little bit of a deviation in terms of how they look. Very, very small deviation. So there is some visual differences because people like to be creative, but they're essentially 4 to 5 inches in diameter, and they're all roughly somewhere around, I'm guessing, 10 feet high maximum. They look very similar. The pictures that I supplied look very similar to the car wash down the street.
Go ahead, Karen.
Will there be canopies on it, and are there currently canopies over the vacuums right now?
There is no plans, we're not submitting plans to put canopies up currently, no.
So it'll just be the poles?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you address the questions they have about the traffic flow in the area where the cars exit the car wash and go out onto Joffrey, while at the same time cars are coming into that area from Joffrey?
Okay, so speaking only about Joffrey, I spent a lot of time at this car wash. I've never experienced an issue with cars leaving the car wash onto Joffrey and then onto Mass Road through that light. Now, that doesn't mean somebody hasn't exited the car wash and driven to that stop sign and had to wait because somebody was already at the light waiting to merge on. But usually with the amount of volume that is there, when the light turns green and the car's empty onto Mass Road, the one that's sitting in the parking lot waiting for his turn to get to Joffrey Street drives and then continues on its way. We have never had a backup on this property because of that exit. Now, I understand that especially when we were renovating the car wash and we were closing bays down, we did have an issue there where cars were starting to stack and back up onto Joffrey. But I will submit to everybody that occurred when we were closing car wash bays down to replace equipment with new equipment. Most days at that car wash, because there's obviously some influx of busyness, like a Saturday and a Sunday is a busy day, I have very rarely seen cars coming anywhere close to backing up on Joffrey Street in the normal course of business for the past couple of years.
What's the volume per day of cars?
So, if you look statistically at information, and we are busier, I will submit to you, we are busier now than we have ever been in the past. The average number of cars driving through that car wash in those bays, per bay is 4 cars per hour per bay. That is having 3 cars in the bay, and every 15 minutes there's another 3 cars. Every 15 minutes, another 3 cars. So if you look at numbers. So basically what that means is, other than looking at a busy day where you might have 5, 6, 7, 8 cars in a stacking lane on a Saturday, they are in the parking lot. And there is very seldom, unless I'm doing something significant like renovating the car wash, where a bay is closed, where that volume is affecting the neighborhood in a very negative way. On average, a car wash in that bay takes anywhere from the fastest wash, which is 3 minutes and 45 seconds, to the longest wash, which is the top wash. It pushes up to 5 minutes. So if 3 cars are in that car wash in each one of those bays, and they all pick the top wash, which is not uncommon in the wintertime, that it's going to take 5 minutes for those 3 cars to empty out, all at different times, because they don't all pull in at the same time. So when you have a 1 or 2 minute stagger between 3 cars pulling out of that car wash, you've got only 3 cars every 5 minutes pulling out of that car wash.
Do you anticipate? Go ahead, Scott, and I got a question for you.
Yeah, so what I really would like to stress about this, the car wash, the way that it exists today, is not changing. We've submitted many plans to do things a little bit different, and through the last 2 years of trying to listen to input, make changes people want, we kind of end up with the plan that we see today. And when I listen to some of these conversations, what goes through my mind is we did have a different plan. We were kind of directed with input to have the plan that's there today. So we've been trying to evolve to solve people's concerns and needs. What I would say about the car wash is nothing's changing. The vacuums, the decibels, the number of vacuums, all of that can remain the same. We're putting them on poles, that's it. The volume of cars going through the car wash will probably remain the same. Exiting the car wash will probably remain the same. We're asking for what we need to develop Hague Street effectively and safely with the right number of parking spaces to meet code, and that's what's happening here. And furthermore, we have specifically changed our desire to exit from the laundromat onto Hague Street because there's been concerns in the neighborhood about what that would do to Hague Street. So in order to solve that problem, we've made it a one-way. And let them exit onto Mass Road through the dump out, and people had questions about the front of the property, so I'll address that quickly and I'll end it. There is two-way traffic in front of that car wash. I've never experienced any issue with that two-way traffic. We have parking spots for vacuums. People use the front of the property to vacuum. We've never had any issues there. So if we do stop anyone from exiting the front of the car wash onto Joffrey Street, and we make that a one-way, the traffic flow will just simply be diverted down the side of the building, which is a lane, and it'll empty out under Joffrey Street 100 or 150 feet down from the light, which will definitely allow people to stack within Joffrey Street if they did that without any issue whatsoever.
Do you anticipate the business from the laundromat increasing the car wash business, or is this two different animals?
I guess what I would say is, of course, I hope so. But I would also imagine that the people that are doing their laundry are coming from the neighborhood of the surrounding footprint of 3 to 5 miles. And so a laundromat has a radius that you would expect customers to frequent your business. That radius for the laundromat is no different than the radius for the car wash. for the most part, in terms of the neighborhood. Now, I know we generate people coming to the car wash that are much further away because they go grocery shopping. But having said that, your typical saturation of customers come within a certain number of miles from your location. That's true for the laundromat, that's true for the car wash. They are the same people already. So I would think the large majority of customers that I win for the laundromat are already using the car wash, if they're inclined to pay for a car wash if they're not washing their own car already.
Okay.
All set?
Yep.
Board members? Anything? All right, gentlemen, I'll ask you,
I got two more
go ahead,
questions.
Attorney Sullivan.
Scott, there's some questions on the venting location. Could you, in this, on the architecturals, there aren't any evidence of where those will come out, but we know they're coming out from Hague Street. Do you have any idea how many vents there will be and where they will be on the building, or that's not designed yet?
I don't. It's not 100% designed yet, but I will say this. Again, on our plan for that laundromat layout on the inside, we were thinking a totally different plan. After input from the fire department, we reversed our floor plan internally for the very same concern they have now about those dryers, which is when the hot, warm air from the dryers are vented out the building, we had them on the other side of the building too close to a walkway. So we said, okay, that is a very good point. We'll flip the plan around and we will blow them out the side of the building where there will be no walkway. And whatever is needed per code, whatever is required to pull a permit, will be built and designed when we submit our building plans to be appropriate with the fire department, building code, and whatever else. So I fully expect that the dryer vents that will be blowing out from one side of the building when you have a laundromat, we will put into that plan whatever is needed to be appropriate. If people are concerned about freezing plants, then plants won't be there. We'll figure some other ground cover out. If people want the screening, we will be as cautious and as thoughtful as possible, and we'll put the screening where people want the screening to be, and we will just keep it far enough away from those vents as possible, and we will direct the vents to the ground versus just out the building, and so on and so forth. So we will design it appropriately, and we will design it based on code and what is required of us by any department that has a say in that.
Okay. What are the, we know the hours of the vacuums. What's the hours of the car wash? What's the hours of the laundromat?
We're suggesting the hours of the laundromat match the hours of the car wash.
Well, the back car...
Which is 6 o'clock in the morning, until 10 o'clock at night.
Okay. Even though the back vacs are 8 to 8, but the car wash is 6 to 10.
That is correct. Now, don't forget, we have a restriction for noise. We don't have a restriction on the business to operate. What we have is a special exception to not have a vacuum motor running too close to a residential area. We don't have a restriction from 6 to 10 for cars to drive into our parking lot, go into our car wash and be washed, which is why we're saying, okay, if my car wash is open from 6 to 10, my laundromat, why don't we have that open from 6 to 10?
Okay.
The other reason is we'd like to have these two businesses together. It will get us to a point from a business perspective where we can have people on site more often than they are for this self-serve car wash.
Okay, thank you.
You all set?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. If no board members have any questions at this time and you've completed your presentation, we will ask you gentlemen to step aside and we will open the public hearing.
Tim, I have a question.
Hold on a second on the public hearing.
Well, I don't know, the applicant has said the vacuums are going to be as they are now, just remounted on.
That's what he stated.
Before we had concerns about the decibel level. Are we still concerned about that if it's not changing? Is that information-
If they're not changing, I don't think that we have if they're an approved device from a prior approval, I don't think we can make it more strict. We just can't have it become
We don't
louder.
know what it is.
I mean, so is that still an issue or is it not an issue?
It doesn't sound like one at this point if they're going to just relocate the same unit on a pole, in my opinion.
We just don't have a base level of what we're starting with.
But it's not, they're not putting new units up. It's
Right.
what's there now.
I'm not sure if the units being encased changes the sound level once they're put on a pole.
Well, they're just sitting on top of the concrete. I would assume that's where the vacuum motor is, inside that steel canister. Barbara?
You need to have the decibels in there because there are gonna be new canisters.
No, they're not. They're just, the exact same unit is gonna be put on the pole. Nothing's changing.
And obviously,
Well, there are gonna, okay, I said new canisters. You have 4 canisters out back, you're going to have 8. You have a certain number of canisters out front, you're going to have more. I was just looking at the notes on the plan from before to see if there was anything on the plan, because the decibel issue is something we routinely just put as a note. I'm not saying it's a big issue, but it needs to be clarified. And I notice you have the vacuum hours are here, and it says, and the decibel limits are 55 at 60 feet. So, you know, that just needs to be incorporated into whatever you're doing. There are new canisters. So.
If I may ask Scott, are there gonna be new canisters?
No, if it's okay for me to talk, I can very well clarify this for everybody, if it's okay.
As long as you're short.
We are, sure. So the canister is the vacuum.
Right.
The canister has a bracket on the bottom of it that holds it down to a pad. All we're doing is unscrewing that and using a different bracket that will hold that canister to a pole.
I misspoke. I understood the design. I misspoke. I thought that I had counted essentially a new canister in the front and the back. That's why I said new. So that you're correct.
Okay.
I looked at the plan. I understood what you said. I thought that to get the number of poles you were having, you needed a new canister. I just miscounted.
So are we settled temporarily to move in another direction? Okay, gentlemen, thank you for your presentation. So at this time, we will open the public hearing.
Is it possible to put the big map on the board, so that way everybody can see?
We
usually do that.
already have our maps.
Can I speak now?
Who's that on the phone?
Can I speak?
Who is it?
Hi, my name is Norman LaFond. I think you know who I am. I'm the deaf man. I'm calling from
Okay.
the interpreter.
Could you just hold on, could you just wait a second until we get settled here, and then you will be the first
I
one
don't
to,
care. Okay.
you'll be the first one to be recognized when we get settled. Thank you. There's a plan on the board now if someone wants to see a plan. Okay, so the first one at the public hearing is Mr. LaFond. Please start.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, my name is Norman LaFond. I am deaf, and I am actually calling through Source Video Relay through a female interpreter. I live on Mass Road at the corner of Hague Street. And first of all, I am not very happy because the interpreter has been interpreting for over 2 hours. And I'm kind of embarrassed because, I mean, this should really be costing you. I mean, you're lucky you're not having to pay for this service. Because what I should have done is I should have gone to the town hall meeting in person. And because I am deaf, I mean, you guys have had to provide an interpreter, so shame on you. All of you board members, shame on you. And the caller is now holding up some kind of receipt to the interpreter. And it says, I'm concerned about the laundromat, as is my neighbor Bob. I'm wondering why I was sent this letter today, just a few hours before the board meeting. And by the way, I have concerns about, well, one thing I have a concern about, I am 100% opposed to the laundromat. I don't want it because I live right at the corner. It's not 150 feet, or as someone had noted earlier, it's, you know, it's right around the corner there, and it is very dangerous for traffic. You know, people might think they're going to go through, and then they don't, and then they're turning around, and I don't want that to happen. And I told you, I'm honest, I told you I'm very, very concerned. I understand what you were saying about the one-way, but I believe it is still a very dangerous situation for that area. I have been listening to you guys for over 2 hours now, and I have one interpreter, and that is not right. You guys need to think that you have a deaf resident and that you need to make a priority, because having to hire an interpreter costs a lot of money. I mean, and that should be what my property taxes are used for. I mean, do you think it's funny? I mean, because I don't. I am sure that my neighbor Bob feels the same way. I have concerns about the parking, and I am talking about Hague Street. Often I will, you know, I might drive down to pick up some mail, and it's just a short trip, but now I'm stuck because I can't get there because where am I going to go if it's a one-way? How's that going to work? The area is very dangerous, and I do understand the other streets around might be all right, but Hague is not. That house should stay the same the way it is now. It can be renovated, but not with a laundromat. I am 100% opposed to that. I'm opposed to the laundromat, period. And I hope the planning board considers my concerns. Thank you for understanding. Does anyone have any questions for me?
No, thank you for your comment, though. Are you all set then?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who would like to speak next?
I don't know if there's anyone else that wants to speak.
We have a whole,
Probably said the same thing.
we have a whole room full of people here.
No.
My name is
I mean,
Ann.
sometimes I struck. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Ma'am, on the phone? Please, if you have a question, I don't know how to ask, you can't ask questions. This is public comment, so if you have something to say and you're finished, we'd like you to just hold on until the other people in the room have a chance to speak. Thank you.
My name is Ann Scarborough. I live at 3 Hague Street, directly across from the proposed laundromat. I was hearing different things today, so some of my questions are more for my understanding. I was hearing about driveways being 100 feet from going in to the entrance, and something about 100 feet or 150 feet variance. My driveway is directly in front of where their driveway is going to be, which is no distance at all. It's right there. That was one. The clarification of going in to Hague Street and then going into where the laundromat is going to be, that can go straight through to the car wash. Now, Joffrey Street is only going to be going out. That's going to be an exit.
Joffrey Street is two-way traffic.
The street is two-way traffic.
No, it's two-way traffic in and out of the site on Joffrey Street.
Oh, that is two-way traffic?
Yes.
Okay. Then my only other concern with...
No, it's one way out.
That's what I thought.
No, there's two.
Well, this is why I was confused, because I was hearing both.
There's two-way traffic on the back entrance and there's one-way traffic on the front entrance. So technically, there is two-way traffic on Joffrey Street.
So
Okay.
here's, board members, here's Hague Street with the enter.
Right, this is where I am.
Straight through, exit only, but you can still come in here. So you would,
So where is it? Where?
that's the way it is now. So
And this is,
one way out.
Yeah, it's out.
Only out, but you can come in over here.
so there's going to be another entrance?
No, that's there
It's already
now.
there.
That's there now. No.
Okay, so that answers that.
Okay.
So they don't have to drive straight through. They're going to be coming in Joffrey
Like they
to
do
go.
now.
Okay. The other exit to Mast Road is barely a house width from Hague Street.
Right.
Now, they're supposed to only take a right, not to take a left, and people do take a left.
Right.
My concern there is with people coming out, we've had near collisions because it's not that far a distance from Hague Street if we're trying to take a left and they're trying to take a right.
Yep.
That was another concern. And I think the air vents, they said they were going to be moved, the dryer vents. Did they say they weren't going to come out on Hague? But he said it'd be another wall. My question is, where are the air vents going to go for the dryers?
Maybe we can get you an answer on that later in the meeting.
Okay,
But not right now.
No, that's fine. And then when you were discussing different things about going into the plans, what else needs to be considered, I didn't hear mentioned, I heard earlier, but not in the written when people were writing down what needs further attention, was the water, the sewer. Okay, so I wanted to bring that up because I didn't see that. That's all.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Who's our next person who'd like to speak?
This curving, instead of being 90 degrees, it has to curve out.
Good evening, my name is Catherine Hooten, Cathreine, last name's Whooten. I live on 112 Mountain Road in the village of Goffstown, and I'm here because when I was last here on May 27th, a gentleman complimented both Kathy and I on what we had done with our application, and I got phone calls that night of people interested in bringing me into this, and I became interested in coming into this because I have always been interested in the Pinardville area. I want to clarify something that was said. Joanne, did you say that this was completed on March 27th?
Found complete.
Found complete on March 27th. Okay. I was a little concerned about the timeline here, just to get a little perspective here. And I wonder why we're even here at this point with this application, because it has been continued and continued and continued, and I know that there are people that were frustrated about the continuation of it. What bothers me about this is that this plan was originally stamped in on March 11th at one point, and the property line at that point of the car wash made a pretty exact rectangular property line. And with the new application that was stamped in on the zoning board on April 9th, the property line has now zigzagged, and you have now formed two new lots. You're no longer talking about existing lots that were there. You have now formed two new lots. I look at this laundromat and I look at a business that's trying to be squeezed in to a property that is too small. Realizing that, I think the property owner has asked this board to look at this as one whole property. Not two separate ones, but one whole piece of property. And I don't know, the car wash was allowed to be there because it was a special exception. By changing the property lines, changing the parking, changing the traffic, whether you are in violation of that special exception or you're varying that special exception. I have minutes from 2003 where the police department and the Department of Public Works, in July, I believe it is, I have them here with me, did not want to have any exit on Mast Road. That was specific to the car wash. Why would it be allowable now for a laundromat and a car wash? That is, to me, a very dangerous situation. And at this point in 2021, there is a lot more traffic on Mast Road. So if it was a concern in 2003, it should properly be a concern of this planning board in 2021. As far as the parking is concerned, we just heard the owner of the property state how his business is improving and how many cars go through that car wash and how proud he is on Saturday and Sunday, the amount of cars that are going through there. Well, if you're going to be using the stacking areas as part of the parking requirements for the laundromat, and he's got an increase of cars on Saturday and Sunday, and logic would probably tell you that most people would be doing their laundry, or the laundromat would increase in its business on Saturday and Sunday. What does that do for the equation of your parking? When you're assuming stacking is part of your parking. When they say that he hasn't had problems with the car wash, I was one of the people that, unfortunately for him, was down there when they did have a problem. We were stacking on the road. They were down one bay, and the second bay was working alternately, and everybody was trying to go in front of each other to get their car washed first. Well, that caused a problem because they were on the road, and because now what they consider to have for parking spaces are now being utilized. And if you have a facility that does shut down and for repairs, and you have cars that want to be car washed, they're going to be parking on the street. I was trying to find in the table of uses where a laundromat is. I don't know where we came up with a conditional use permit, but if we have to have a special exception for a car wash, where do we come up with they only need a conditional use for the laundromat?
Catherine, the conditional use permit that was discussed is for the use of the driveway on Hague Street, not for the laundromat per se.
But isn't this an application for,
present driveway that services the garage there does not meet the regulations from the distance from the corner. Therefore, Joanne was suggesting, rather than assume that they could use that driveway, that they fill out a conditional use permit application to make that a legal use for that driveway per the regulation, since it's a change of use and not an existing two-story, two-bay driveway to a two-car garage. That's what the conditional use permit is for. It is not for the laundromat itself.
Okay, so under the table of uses, 3.1, 3 point whatever, where do I find a laundromat? I found the car wash, but where do I find the laundromat? Under what?
Do we have it?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes.
It's, every single use that we have is not specifically spelled out. So that's considered a service use, just like,
Which
say,
one
for
is it?
instance, a drugstore would be a service use.
Okay, so which, could you tell me under which table it is?
It's under, on the top of the page, it says service. And then,
All
there's
right.
something about general business.
All right, general business service use.
Something like that.
Okay. So that's what you, that's how,
Generally speaking, Catherine, we don't turn these into question and answer sessions. We're just trying to expedite it so that you have the answers you want, so that you can.
well, seeing as it's probably going to be continued, I'd like getting that information. I'm sorry that I took that time.
That's fine.
Off-street, I have questions with sections 15.375, 15.4131, 3.1, 15.4.1.4.3. They all have to do with parking. I think there is a probability that those are, you are in violation of those 15s, whatever they are.
I would ask you to submit those to the planning department for consideration.
Okay.
Questions.
And once again, I look at this as almost a mixed-use development, not as two separate lots. And that for them to allow a entrance from Hague Street to cross over the property line and then go back over into the laundromat, when you had to have a special exception for the car wash, I question whether or not you're allowed to do that when you are on a piece of property that had a special exception, and this is no longer the lot size that was there before. This is a different lot. It's not the lot that was approved originally for the car wash. So with those points, I'll make those for tonight. And I'd like to know, my question will be to, I guess, the planning board, is to when it was stamped into the zoning board, what was the reason for that, and who submitted it to the zoning board?
Joanne, do you want to speak?
Tim, I don't think you are.
Joanne just raised her hand, so I'm just recognizing her.
I just had,
I don't want to turn it into question and answer, but Joanne asked to be recognized. So,
I just had two really quick things. Patty stamped the plans when they came in with the stamp that says zoning. Our department is planning and zoning. She just picked up the wrong one.
okay.
And the question about the lot lines, these lots have not changed. They're two separate lots, and they've been two separate lots, and there's been no adjustment.
We'll look into that when you.
Well, I just want to comment that this one that was stamped in on March 11th specifically shows the lot line going straight across. A
Joanne?
perfect rectangular.
Joanne, will you look into that?
This one shows two separate lots, and they have changed the lot.
Okay.
And I think that's a very important part about all of this development. Again, I think they are masking the attempt to merge the two lots together without merging, because it would cause harm to the special exception lot. And they are trying to get around it, and they just definitely have now given you two separate plans and two separate lots. So
Thank you,
that's where I'll
Catherine.
stand tonight.
Thank you.
I'm going to make this real short and sweet. My name is Dana Benner. I live on 12 Joffrey Street, and I know we all want to get the heck out of here. But this is very, very important to us. I live diagonally right to the car wash. So, as you know, during these nice, warm summer evenings, get the windows open. Right up till 10 o'clock, I hear that thing going off right through, clear as a bell. Put up with it. Doesn't bother me too much in the winter. Windows are closed. Up until I last complained about it, and actually complained to Eric about it, Derek, I'm sorry. The vacuums in the back lot were going off after 8 o'clock. And I brought that up to the board last time I was here, and that seems to have, the vacuum part is stopped. The car wash is still noisy as heck, but that seems to be stopped. The vacuums, when you raise the amount of decibels coming out of a motor of any sort, when it's low to the ground, is going to be, you're not going to hear it as loud as if you raise it up in the air. That's why they put those loudspeakers on top of poles. So you take the same motor that's running that vacuum and you stick it on a pole, and according to the plan is 12 feet high. The same amount of noise generated at a lower level is going to go a greater distance.
Mr. Benner, the applicant stated that the vacuum motors would be mounted at the same height as they presently are on the new pole. They are not talking about raising the motors
Okay,
to the height of 12
Then
feet. So
if that's the case, then I stand corrected.
That'll be bared out when they provide the information to us.
All right. But you're still going to have a 12-foot pole, no matter what you're going to have.
But that's not a noise thing.
Right. But it's going to be a visual thing, especially down near Mass Road.
Right.
And so that's an issue. I keep hearing the people saying that the two entrance exits onto Joffrey Street, the one closest to Mass Road, is now going to be a one-way out. It's always been a one-way out. There's always been a sign since the very first person who built that car wash. It's always been a one-way out. There's a big sign, one way out. The one up closest to where I live, up Joffrey Street, has always been a two-way. So they're not doing us a big favor by saying they're making this a one-way. Look at us, we're making it a one-way. No, it's always been a one-way. People don't use it as a one-way. People swing right in off of Mass Road and cut a sharp left and come straight into that exit only. Just like they seem to think that because we put a sign that says right turn only, or entrance only, or exit only, that solves the problem. People don't obey the signs. Like you brought up the point, they're going to cut right straight across. They will. I watch them do it, cut across the gas station from Daniel Plummer Road, straight across Dunkin' Donuts parking lot, straight across and out to the light. Do it all the time. Are they supposed to? No. So, I mean, for them to say, oh, it's not going to happen, like the person backing out of that diagonal parking lot spot, number 16, into Hague Street. Oh, they're definitely going to get in their car and they're going to look both ways to make sure no one's coming up, and they're just going to whip that sucker around. They're going to hit somebody coming in the other way. It's going to happen. Two-way traffic in front of the car wash, That's totally idiotic. It's never been two-way. But what they're saying is, with all these parking spaces, there's gonna be people coming out of the bays. They even admitted the increased number of people coming out of the bays. How many people stop as they come out of the bay and carefully make a turn? They don't. Some people just blast out of there, they'll be whipping into oncoming traffic. They'll be whipping into somebody backing out of the parking spot. The people that are parking in those four slots waiting to get into the laundromat have to walk through a traffic lane to get to the laundromat. They're not next to the laundromat, so they gotta walk across that crosswalk through a traffic lane, which leads to Mast Road, which they're supposed to turn right, but we all know they don't. And you're endangering people's lives. People don't stop for people in crosswalks. How many times have you gone down Mast Road with someone sitting in the crosswalk waiting to go by and they can't get by because nobody stops and lets them go? There's a law that says you're supposed to stop for someone in the crosswalk. Doesn't happen. This is totally ridiculous. This whole conglomeration that's happening here, with total disregard to people living in the area. The people's properties that butt up against the car wash are residential properties. They're not commercial properties. But they're forced to face the music that this is happening. This is not right. The cars do stack out onto Joffrey Street. I live there. The gentleman who owns the principal that was speaking, who was being questioned by his attorney like he was in a court of law, he doesn't live there. He may show up, he may visit, he may stop to check out his property, but he doesn't live there. He's not there from 6 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. Every single night. Every single weekend. Through the snow and all that other stuff. He's not there. And if he says he is, he's wrong. I live there, I see it happen, I see people turning around in my driveway. I see people flying up Joffrey Street, which is a dead-end street, because they're mad because they can't get into the car wash, and then come flying back down like they're driving down the Bonneville Salt Flats. This is ridiculous. Total disregard for the people that live on Hague and on Joffrey Street with this whole project. All these people don't want it. Our opinion, because we live there, should actually matter. It should matter more than somebody wanting to put a laundromat in or a car wash in. Especially when they don't even live here. We live here. This is our home. We chose to live here for a reason. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Hi, my name is Gaby Benner, and I may not be considered a direct abutter. However, though, I'm adjacent to the property, and I'm a lot closer than Rite Aid, who's considered an abutter, and the bank. All right, so it matters to me what goes on, because I'm only a few feet from this property, number one. And number two, I would like this to be put on record that I did request for ADA accommodations, not only for myself, because I have hemochromatosis, I get very, very tired, and when I get very tired, I have a hard time speaking, but for also Mr. LaFawn, who is deaf and who has been waiting hours to speak this evening, and also for my neighbor, Mr. Scarborough, who needs a kidney, okay, gets very tired also, and my husband, who's had back problems. So twice, okay, my ADA requests were denied, I guess, because we're second on the list this evening, and we were last last month we were last. So I'd like to be put on record for my request was denied, I guess, because, and I followed up on it and I asked, okay, and according to last meeting, Joanne had asked you, did you get Derek's email? And you said, yes, but I'm not changing it, and you knew what was going on. But anyhow, again, disrespectful, very disrespectful.
Excuse me?
Okay.
What did you just say?
Okay, our ADA requests were
You said something
denied.
about me. You were looking right at me when you said something.
Okay, yes, Joanne, last meeting, okay, in front of everybody, it wasn't on the recorder. However, though, she asked you if you had received Derek's email regarding putting us first on the list, and you said yes, and you weren't changing the schedule.
No, we don't adjust the schedule. The schedule is made weeks in advance when the applications come in. If you have an ADA request and the town administrator sees fit to accept it and do something about it, that's their decision. That's not our decision.
We did ask in time. I started asking this at the, when...
I'm not going to debate this with you.
All right, anyhow, for the record, I did ask, okay?
And for the record,
And we were
we have a
denied.
schedule and we stick to our schedule.
Okay, well, you should, by law, I believe you do have to make ADA...
We don't do it, it's the town administrator's decision.
Okay, he tried,
So you can take that up with him.
Okay, anyhow, yes, okay.
Thank you.
All right. And getting back to notes and our comments, it seems like maybe other people's comments are more accented than ours, okay, which is very upsetting because we do matter, all right? And they were talking about stacking parking being like regular parking, and I made the comment, even my granddaughter would see the difference. Mimi, you can't go in the car wash bay, leave your car there, okay, take your basket and go to the laundromat, and that was never put in the comments because you didn't want to hear that, okay? But anyhow, stacking is a different type of parking than what's allowed for the laundromat. You can't compare apple to apple, okay? It's a different type of parking, okay? And that's not allowable in the laundromat. You can't, it doesn't make sense, okay? And we were trying to you folks were trying to convince us it did make sense. It did not make sense. You can't count stacking as parking for the laundromat, all right? And also, getting back to the properties that surround the proposed laundromat, they are residential. They're not mostly commercial, as these notes state, okay? Mr. Larrabee, his property is a direct abutter. His lot touches the laundromat. He's residential. I believe they're called the Dion, that's in back on Hague Street. They also touch the laundromat, and they're residential. And the other property that also is in a butter that touches the laundromat, they're residential also. Mr. Scarborough might be commercial, however, he's been there for forever, and ever since the house has been built, it's been used as residential. We are mostly residential properties down Hague Street and Joffrey Street. All right. The property across on Joffrey Street, Mr. Paris's property, he already has 5 businesses that he rents out to. That's a lot of commercial right there. So we have a lot of commercial already on our corner, and we cannot have any more. We just don't have the room. This lot is too small, okay, to do what they want to do. A lot of traffic problems. It doesn't make sense having two-way traffic when you're coming out of a washing bay. That doesn't make sense. You have people using vacuum cleaners. Now you're going to want people to park there for the laundromat. Very dangerous. People carrying their laundry is going to have to go through a lot of traffic in order to get to the laundromat. It doesn't make sense. And we're forgetting Mr. Dion's property, the direct abutter, whose parking area or driveway is right next to the proposed entrance on Hague Street. It's supposed to be 100 feet minimum. Well, they're going to be abutting. So that's a big leeway there. That doesn't make sense. And by putting a fence, you're making it very dangerous for these people to back up. They won't be able to see when they're backing up. It's going to cause an accident. And I still argue the fact that the parking spaces that's going to be by the entrance of Hague Street have enough room to back up. That's another accident waiting to happen. It just does not make sense. There's too many exceptions here. It doesn't follow the rules, and it shouldn't happen. So we're asking, not to vote for this. Just deny it tonight. Stop continuing it. It's already been on the agenda in 2018. 135 people signed against this. Again, Mr. Scarborough and myself, we both went out. He got like 40 signatures. I got 50 this year. During COVID, when people didn't want to answer their doors, they still did. They did sign a petition. They just don't want this. Please honor us, okay? And please deny this, okay? We've been paying taxes for a long time, and our voices should matter. And again, those 12-foot poles that they want to put these vacuum cleaners on, that's going to be an eyesore. They're going to be way too high. That's a lot. That's higher than a stockade fence, you know? That's twice the size of the stockade fence. And also, they had mentioned they were going to put the vacuum cleaners closer to the property line, so that means Mr. Larrabee and Mr. and Mrs. Dion, they're going to hear the vacuums more because the vacuums are supposed to be closer to their lots. So that's going to cause an issue. And also, having a laundromat is a big fire concern. And there's a lot of articles, okay, the dangers on commercial laundry rooms. And they're saying that dryers dryers involved in commercial dryer vents have 78% higher injury rate than residential dryer fires. It puts off a lot of heat, and then with the lint, the humidity, and it's a combination of a big fire hazard. So you would be endangering our neighborhood by putting this in the middle of a residential property area. And no matter if they clean out the lint, they say no matter how much lint you clean out, you're only cleaning out like 25%. It just accumulates in there, and it restricts airflow, and again creates a big fire risk. And that heat is very, very hot also. So that's something that we don't want. And it could go under 3.8 nuisances and hazards. Okay, and you become an annoyance to other properties by the reason of heat is one of them. Heat, glare, odors, fumes, all that. Okay, so again, that would be against this ordinance. And I don't know how the heck that they were able to approve the car wash in the middle of a residential area, because it is very noisy. You know, the noise ordinances prevents people from singing, you know, before 7 o'clock in the morning. And we have this car wash that's open at 6 o'clock. All right, well, anyhow, I will end this evening because I know everybody's getting tired. But again, there's more cons than pros about this, and there's a lot of people that are against this, and we're asking you, just end it tonight. Don't continue it. Just please deny it. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Come on up. Public hearing still open.
Okay. I just, in follow-up to the table of uses, I think what we're looking at is D, service, financial, medical, and professional. And under the D5, it says general business, healthcare, professional, and banking, and financial office of 2,000 square feet or larger. This laundromat is 1,500 square feet. So I'm trying to say to you, where do we find this particular laundromat under the table of uses? Thank you.
Anybody else in the room like to speak on this application? Well, you had your chance. We were waiting for you.
You want me to say something?
Say something, just go say no, you don't want it at least.
You'll get another chance.
I'll make it short and sweet. I live on 3 Hague Street. My wife spoke earlier. I don't want this
Could you please
laundromat.
state your name for the record, sir?
Robert Scarborough.
Thank you. Thank you.
I do not want this laundromat. It's right, the entrance is right across the street from my driveway, and I know what's going to happen. If this laundromat all these parking spots are going to be full, they're going to start parking on Hague Street. I guarantee it. See, you just said yes to it. I guarantee
I'm
it.
acknowledging your statement. I didn't say I was agreeing with it, I was acknowledging it.
And I do not like that right that is going out on Mass Road. It's very dangerous. I have stage 4 kidney disease, going on stage 5. And to get out of that street sometimes, and I got a doctor's appointment, a lot of doctor's appointments, I can't get out. It's hard to get out, and I have to wait and wait and wait, and then I get late to my doctor's appointments. It's not right. I mean, that traffic is crazy over there. They're gonna put another restaurant in at Mobile Station. They just put another restaurant in across from the car wash. You got Hannaford, you got McDonald's, you got everything over there. Why do we need a laundromat sitting there? You got a nice little old man living in there now. He just moved all his furniture in there, and they told him he could possibly live there a couple of months. So this guy knows he's probably going to end up getting this laundromat. And I'm against it, like Katie said. I did 130 names, and I did this time going up and down the street. I don't know how many times now since you've been stopping these meetings and then getting another meeting and another meeting. I got 30 names, all on Hague Street. Nobody wants this laundromat on Hague Street because you can't get out. Taking a left's a nightmare, and even taking a right sometimes. They won't let you. They stop at the light at Hannaford, and they just keep backing up and backing up and backing up. They won't let you go out. And the same thing with the light at Rite Aid. They keep backing up and backing up. You try to get a left out there. Sometimes somebody will be nice and will say, "Go ahead." But you're trying to get a left, you can't get in there. They won't let you in. I'm trying to be nice.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody on the phone line for a public hearing?
I think we've heard Mr. Briggs is still there, Sarah, Mr. LaFond, and that's it.
Okay, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. Board members.
Chair,
Some
we
words
have-
of wisdom.
Well, we have another application to hear tonight, so I think we have to continue this in any event. And the issues that, I think we have to address the issues. There's some discussion on noise levels and the vacuum tower appearance and whether that needs further information. And then there was the water and sewer approvals that either are a condition of approval or have to come in before.
And we'll discuss the conditional use permit on the driveway at a later date.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to make a determination of that now.
Okay. All right, Ben.
If I may, so are you continuing this? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Barbara, you had your hand up?
I, for one, think this needs to be continued, and I hate to do it to the abutters who have come out a couple of times for this and knowing the history of the site. I have to say, given the proposed use and given your reference to the existing sewer requirements, I don't know why we're hearing this again before they go to sewer.
I agree.
So as far as I'm concerned, if we continue it, I don't know how we continue it to a date certain, because I don't think anybody should be spending any more time on an application for a laundromat, which uses water and significant amount of utilities, other utilities, before we know that the use would be approved. And I'm sure that some of that is contingent from the applicant's standpoint on the final building design and how many machines, are going to be operated. But it seems to me that's, given your reference to that, I don't know why we're spending time on this before that gets decided.
I agree.
David, when's our meeting? Next Tuesday night?
Yes.
All right. So our next sewer commission meeting is Tuesday night.
First to second Tuesday of a month. It's not July.
Oh, it's not July yet. Excuse me. I'm pushing them back. So there is a sewer commission meeting upcoming in July, second Tuesday, that if you want to get on the agenda,
Second Tuesday.
second Tuesday of the month. And if you want to get on the agenda, contact the sewer office at Town Hall and get on the agenda and bring in all your information. Your calculations, flows, everything you expect to discharge. And we don't use water meters. We've used a state table, and Eric can check with the sewer department and find out how the calculations are computed. But we can probably get you on the agenda for that meeting. So that is who's got a calendar? What is the second Tuesday of July?
There's a calendar right here.
Thank you, Catherine.
The 12th.
So the
No, the 13th.
Okay, the 13th is the sewer commission
Lucky
meeting.
day.
So, based on a continuation to a date certain, it would have to be after the 13th of July.
They should also do the same with the Manchester Water.
Yeah, well, they also have to deal with, that's them, I can't speak for them.
And that's based upon the sewer says everything's okay.
Well, that, we have to review it, Catherine, you know that, you were a commissioner, you know the drill.
Yeah.
So, you have to bring in everything, and you can contact the sewer foreman through our secretary, and he can guide you through what you need to bring in.
I can do that.
Thank you.
So I guess the question, though, is the procedural. The sewer department may have regulations that you have to go before them, before we act, but that's not in our regulations. So do we proceed and then put a condition of approval? That
You can do that, you can do that if you want.
We usually have, it's like a boilerplate that they have to have.
Yeah, so we're not compelled to.
No, you're not compelled, but I'm just stating what the schedule is.
So I guess it's up to the applicant whether we continue this earlier. And we're going to continue it in any event because we have to do another hearing tonight. Whether we wait until after the sewer or we hear this and know that they still have to get their.
I don't know what it's going to involve, you know, whether it's going to be an industrial wastewater permit or what it's going to be. It's up to the flowage and everything that goes through the ordinance.
If we approve this.
Pending subject to approval.
So we don't have to wait until.
The next planning board meeting after this is July 8th, but we need everything to go out by next Monday.
In 4 days.
Yeah.
Is there an ability to have this the meeting and vote on, and that would be a condition?
Well, why would we?
Vote on what? Vote on the application tonight?
Right.
No.
No, not tonight.
We're not voting on the application tonight, sir.
My question is, why would we see this again without knowing that they have water or sewer? Because the plan is a laundromat. And now I feel like I really don't want to keep spending time reviewing a plan for a laundromat if they don't get water and sewer. I feel like we need an absolute confirmation. Because if we spend more time haggling over streets and parking and access and all that, and then they don't get it, then we've all wasted our time. And why?
And emotional energy for the abutters.
Yes, yes. I would like not to see this until we have absolute confirmation that they have water and sewer. That's my,
I will say that, Barbara, I'll recognize that, I will say that we put a brand-new main down the whole center of Mass Road, so I don't, not speaking definitively.
I understand that, but, you know, we have very involved abutters. Things should be taken care of as best they can. I need to tell you, I've got lots of circles with issues with this plan, and I'm still not really even sure where we're going with this, because we've heard an application for this site before. I think this owner is trying to skirt a couple of things by leaving these two separate lots. I have serious concerns about the merger of the lots and the going from one to the other and back to the parent lot for the exit onto Mast Road, which my, fellow board member here to my right pointed out that exit onto Mast Road would have to have curbing reset so that people couldn't make a left turn, and it does sort of make you wonder, what are you inviting by doing that? There are issues in regards to parking on Hague Street and whether or not we need no parking signs, which raises issues of other committees in regards to no parking on a public street and public hearings for that. And there are issues with the decibel, because the Benners were correct in their comment in regards to what the height the noise is generated from makes a difference. And if you're behind and I understand that the canister height is the same, but when it's on a flat surface as compared to open, the noise generation is different. And there are issues, big visual issues to me with the butters, with our standard fencing and then putting a 12-foot pole behind it with the things. So there are a lot of issues with this plan as far as I'm concerned, and I don't really want to spend any more time on it unless I know the basic underpinnings of what they want to do, they can do. Because I don't know whether it impacts me from a planning standpoint, but from a process standpoint, this isn't the first time that they're here. It's a little disappointing those were not taken care of.
Well, We need a decision on how we're going to continue
It
this.
sounds like people want to continue this to the meeting after the,
Oh, and Joanne says she's gonna, it sounds like getting stuff together to go out again.
Well,
why don't we just make it, why don't we just continue this to the meeting after the
July
sewer?
22nd.
We're not going to hear, we're not going to decide tonight, we're going to do another hearing.
Mark, sorry.
Can we
July 28th.
stop this right here and now until they come back to us with an answer on water and sewer? I agree with everybody here tonight.
So that becomes a date uncertain.
Well,
No, they can say we can't, we don't have.
Well, it has to be a date uncertain if Mark is wanting to have an answer from Manchester Waterworks, because I don't know how long.
Or whoever we need to get the answer from. I mean, we can come back here 3, 4, 5 more times. And we're gonna do the same thing over and over and over again. And we get these people all upset.
Or it gets scheduled and then it gets continued.
Exactly. I mean, right now, the biggest key component that we're missing is water and sewer. We could say yes, go to the water and sewer, they say no. I mean, and then we've wasted all that time. I mean, I have sat here and listened to everybody's concern tonight, and I share everybody's concern.
Thank you.
I live in
Penardville.
I deal with the traffic every day going up and down Mass Road, and it is what it is. But right now, my concern here is stop, wait till we get an answer from sewer, water, and then move on. How many nights do you want to come back and sit here, Tim, and do what we just did tonight?
Not really. All right, so we need a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Eric?
speak quickly.
Yes, sir.
I understand the board is having a dilemma on whether to continue it to a date certain, whether just, I guess in essence, drop it. If you drop it, then we have to file a brand new application and come back at some point in time.
I don't think he's
understand.
suggesting that we have a new application.
But a date uncertain means it's, we have to reapply.
Okay, then.
Because there's no date. But, like,
I
as far
stand
as
corrected.
sewer and water utilities, those are things that we can address. But once we get those addressed, and let's say there's sufficient sewer, sufficient water, which we hope there is, obviously, if we do a date uncertain, but we get that information, we still don't know about our conditional use permit that we applied for and other things that we did. So it isn't just that we're just waiting on two little things, or two big things, the sewer and water. There's a lot of issues that still need to be talked about and
agree.
thought about. So our preference would be to continue to date certain, even if it's a month from now, and we'll come back then and give you an update as to where we're at.
Thank you.
yeah, I would make a motion to continue this to the last meeting in July. By then, you'll have reviewed this, and they'll get information from Manchester Waterworks. We typically don't hold up projects for final waterworks approval because they run at their own schedule.
What is that date, Joanne, on our schedule? I guess you're looking at it.
22nd.
22nd?
So it's the 22nd.
You
but-
have the 28th on the paperwork, but it's the 22nd. Page 2 of your package.
So it's the 22nd, however, we need the updated plans by the 12th.
well, that's not gonna work then, because the sewer commission is the 13th.
That's not part of the plan, that's an
Yeah,
approval.
there wouldn't be a notation in the plan.
That's just an approval,
Oh,
it's not a
okay.
plan,
I
it's not a
gotcha,
plan
I gotcha.
edit.
Joanne, if I can ask, what updated plan do you have it?
Or not updated plans, but anything that was questioned tonight that needs an update, we would need by the 12th.
If they do not have input from the water and sewer department, will they be continuing the meeting?
Be decided at that day.
It's decided on the 22nd.
The public hearing is closed, Catherine, thank you. I understand you have questions, and I know you want to ask them, but
I just wanted to ask that.
thank you.
Yeah, not a big
So I'll make a motion to continue to whatever date Joanne figures it out to be.
So it's the 22nd, the date, and plans have to be submitted by, anything has to be submitted by Monday for
The
the
12th of July.
12th of July, okay, good. All right,
I'll second that.
okay, motion by Jim, second by Kimberly. Any discussion on the motion?
I agree with Mark that we should be just continuing this to a date uncertain until we have.
We
all-
can't do that because they have to reapply. That's it, that's
Well, we
it.
can do it, and they would have to
do
re-
it. They don't have to reapply, they have to renotice.
Just
Oh.
renotice.
So then I'm wrong.
Yeah, and we can do it, but.
That's what they said.
All right. But, I mean, it doesn't make sense to go through all of this again without everybody having their ducks in a row and knowing that this can actually move forward if we decide to approve grant the conditional waivers, whatever, it's late at night, I'm supposed to be in bed already. But, it just doesn't make sense to me.
What I don't like is when we have to cancel, we have to continue the meeting and the folks have come to the meeting that night.
Exactly.
That's what I don't
Giving
like.
them a month to find out from the water works. It
All right.
doesn't take it. They should know that in a month. And we gotta deal with this at some point, so let's just get on with it.
Any more discussion on the motion? Okay, the motion to continue this to July 22nd, 2021. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
2 noes. Motion passes to July 22nd.
Thank you.
Katie, if you would make sure that any request for any ADA requirements goes through Derek. He is the authority, and that's all I can say.
I did request it for you.
I don't want to have a debate, I just want you to know.
Say that, I did do that.
Thank you.
We gonna do the other?
Thank you, guys.
Good night, Dana.
The one on East Dunbar Road?
Okay, Attorney Sullivan, David, clear out, please. Next application.
Do we
Our
have
next
a conservation
application
report, Joanne,
is-
on the next one?
Yeah.
Map 9,
Because I don't have it.
Lot 94-1, East Dunbarton Road, relief to
Oh,
the
it
outer
is here?
50.
Okay.
Joanne, could you please inform the board?
Yes. You heard this a few weeks ago. Let me just get the right page here. You heard this a few weeks ago. This is a 2-lot subdivision on Montalona Road. This project was recently part of a boundary line adjustment plan, and they would now like to take this lot, which is 994-1, and do a 2-lot subdivision. One of the things that the board wanted to wait and see was for the conservation review and what questions or comments that they may have. And the Conservation Commission comments, I'll read them to you. They're in the chair's agenda. The Conservation Commission reviewed and discussed the values and assessments of the wetlands. The commission voted unanimously to not recommend to the planning board the granting of the relief of the outer 50 feet buffer. This property has steep slopes and the plans do not show any of the contours or the detail of the proposed improvements. The plans do not show the proposed house location, the size of the lot, or detail where the septic will be located. I had also asked that the 25 feet steep slopes be noted on the plan, but the only thing I saw, excuse me, the only thing I saw in the legend,
What map you gonna go to?
I'm just, here it is, on page 3, sheet 305. On the right-hand side at the upper corner, there's a legend, and it says over 25% steep slope area within property outside of 50-foot wetland buffer, and it just has a has, the dotted lines, which are the same as the above dotted lines, which show the proposed 4,000 square foot area for the septic reserve. So I can't find where the 25 feet steep slopes are noted. I asked that they be shaded dark like everyone else does. And I can't seem to find them on here. But after discussing this, or not me discussing this, after the Conservation Commission discussed this as well, my recommendation would be that the board seriously consider whether map 94-1 is suitable for a subdivision at all. Well, C3.
I got that.
Okay.
Are you complete, Joanne?
Yes.
Board members?
Question.
Please, Barbara.
Joanne, I understand you're talking about the parent lot being developable at all?
Correct, yeah.
Right. That's,
not that it can't be developed, but
but
that
the
it
question
shouldn't be
before us is
subdivided.
really is a subdivision.
Right.
Right, that's what, okay.
It has many restrictions on it.
Right,
Due to the
but
layout.
it's not developed at all, it's as proposed, what we have is
Correct,
a subdivision,
yes,
and
yes.
that's what's creating the issue. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
I'm having a hard time reading the plan, and I had this problem last time. What is the diagonal hatching? I'm looking at sheet 3.
Well, we'll have to get the applicant to come up and explain that to you when we're ready for the applicant to
I
come up.
was just wondering if anybody.
I mean, we can do that now if no other board members have questions.
I just
We can jump the gun a little bit,
figure it out.
get it moving. Board members?
That sounds good.
Okay. Cynthia, would you please come up and identify yourself for the record?
Sure. Cynthia Bover from Arago Land Consultants. With regards to the shading, so it just didn't make it into a legend on sheet 3. So there's the box, and it should have this, all of this is the 25% slope. So it's on the plan, so you put it on the plan, but drafting, we didn't get it in the legend.
So the diagonal hashing is your 25% slope.
Slope, right.
And that's removed from the buildable area.
It's removed from the buildable area, and we didn't hatch anything that was then also in the, it's hatched in the outer 50-foot, but it's not hatched in the 50-foot wetland setback, because there is a lot. We can hatch the whole thing, but I'm sure there's just be a lot of lines, so. I think it was where it was developable that was the main situation. We did, after the Conservation Commission last night, we did, I created a plan with house and driveway, so you can see where the houses can go, and the septic system. The only thing I do need to move the well from lot 94-1-1 out of the outer 50-foot setback due to the, we did not receive relief from the outer 50-foot wetland setback. So this plan, the green line is the buildable area. So each lot has 1 acre plus of buildable area. So that is the green outline for the lots. So it's out of the 100-foot setback and the, no, it can be in the outer 50, but we can't develop anything in the outer 50. So your regulations, the buildable area is anything outside of the 50-foot setback and 25% slopes. So your buildable area can include the outer 50.
If we agree to waive that.
No, you don't. So
For the calculation.
for the calculations, the outer 50 can be part of that 1 acre.
Well, that makes no sense whatsoever.
And so we had, that was where Joanne and Patty and I were going back and forth on, but we went to the Conservation Commission again because we're not really, well, I have the well in that outer 50, but I can move that, that's not a problem for that lot. But we just thought that because it is a tight lot, that's why we thought we should go to Conservation Mass. We weren't really planning to do anything in that outer 50 anyway. And they said, well, if you're not really planning on putting anything in there, and there's nothing in there now, we don't want you.
Would that include the well, Kathy?
The well will have to move.
Because I'm following your little dotted line here, and it looks like the well is just over the,
It is just over, we'll probably slide that house over in the driveway and pull the well, so it'll be in that outer.
beyond the outer 50.
It'll be beyond the outer, nothing will be in the outer.
Barbara?
I think we're sort of getting sidewinded here.
Okay.
Because they went to conservation for relief and they didn't get it. A sort of astonishing thing, given the history of applications before the Conservation Commission. So I think we need to consider that. I understand that what the applicant has done is said they talked about the houses, but my guess is, being familiar with conservation, and we have prior members here, is that part of the reason they said it is you might be able to put it outside, but we know what happens. We have a reason, we have these setback limits, and we said no. Because what we really need to go back to is this contorted shape that we're having to do to get our buildable area. We need to go back to, in my opinion, and address, and I think the applicant did the last time, so we need to talk about it. On sheet 3, where we have these building areas, remember we look for that 80 by 100 feet because we know what people want to do with lots, and the applicant needs us to buy into that. There's some question as to whether or not the building box that they presented on these lots to get them, they don't frankly need to show the house based on our regulations. She's doing that to try to be helpful. If we go along with that, and I think she said that's a question, I did the area like we're supposed to.
Does our regulation say it has to be an 80 by 100, or does it say 8,000 square feet?
We talked about that last time.
It says it does not say it has to be 80 by 100. It says that's one of the waivers we've asked for. It says a practical shape and size, 80 by 100. So, and it's the same thing we had talked about also, that 4,000 square foot, the state doesn't say it has to be 40 by 100. I've seen other building boxes be adjusting. This is, and so we've asked for a waiver for that.
Right.
That rectangle, because we have the acre and we have the 8,000 square feet, and we've got a separate 4,000 square feet. So the waivers we have asked for were to be on the vertical datum for the town, the practical shape and size for the 80 by 100 foot rectangle, and the side lot line being a minimum 100 feet from the right of way. So there were 3 waivers that were asked for. This is a large site, and we can probably rare in Goffstown as if any site can be subdivided without some waivers. So in looking at this, asking for a waiver for the 100-foot setback, I do feel that the buildable area of 1 acre is very important. That's more important than that 100-foot setback, or the side lot line. So each of the lots have over an acre of buildable good soil. I understand what you're saying about the shape and that 8,000 square feet. These are going to be lots that they're going to have more of a side yard lot than a rear lot or anything, but especially on lot 94 1-1, that's going right into the steep slope, and that cannot be touched. One of the conditions that everybody's already made, is that we will be staking out that outer 50-foot setback, so we would have to mark that with conservation, that it, it's the 100-foot buffer. And the same thing with the slopes. As was stated earlier in the evening, the 4,000 square foot septic box, most septic systems are only 1,000 square feet, and that 4,000 square feet is to allow for a replacement septic system.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, that's what they, which is a very good idea. We have multiple test pits on this site, so we know where we have our 4,000 square foot septic, and and I always tell people the first thing you want to do is you site that septic system, you site your well, and then you figure out where you want your house to go. Those are the two most important things that people need to do. So I understand that it is unusual, but I look at it, we're not before zoning, but these are inherent in the land. This is a huge parcel of land that can support 2 homes. And the other thing that was mentioned and was talked about on the other site tonight, and we talked about it at the last meeting, is the slope of the driveway. We've changed both, that's sheet 5, we've changed both driveways. One has been changed to 9% and one has been changed to 9.5%. So the grading on it and the drainage, we can certainly do. We can do that. So we're not pushing the limit. I think when I first had the engineer do it, he just went to the max. But the applicant, the Kittner Construction, I said we need to adjust it, and it wasn't that bad to adjust it. So they do not have to be. They can be the first lot, 94-1-1 is going down 9%, and then 94-1, it's coming in and it's going up 9.5%.
Karen?
So what is I forget the verbiage that you used with the reasonable size of the buildings, the 8,000 square feet? What are the dimensions?
That would be, I think, so that's on, I didn't label what the dimensions were.
Yeah, I was just
Oh,
wondering.
you were wondering?
Yeah.
So, of course I don't have my calculator, my phone died because I was waiting so long. I'm sorry. It's 50 feet, so it's 50 feet at the narrowest, and it expands up to about 80 feet in the, at the far end of it. So, and therefore I'm not sure let's say the length, therefore it's probably a little bit under 200 feet.
Okay.
So we put the driveway in the narrowest portion of it, and then the house, and I think that's a 2-car garage, and then the house, 2 stories, is it's a 1,500 footprint, so it's a 3,000 square foot house. So what we had shown is a pretty big house. So I do feel the lots can support them. On the driveways, we have allowed for turnaround, so nobody's backing out. The longer driveway, it's under 250 feet. I know the length with the fire department when we go to finally do it, but if we need to, we might have to adjust that so that it's even longer. The turnaround is longer for a fire truck, because I think that's real important. Do you know what the
300.
No, for the fire truck as you.
The radius?
No, well, as you back into it, how long is a fire truck?
Depending on what type of truck you have, they can be up to, the tower ladder is 40 some odd feet long.
Yeah.
I think the turnaround's like, 96 feet from I think it's 96 feet.
Yeah.
Don't hold me to it, but.
Because you don't want, because the fire trucks don't want to, they don't want to back out either. So the longer driveway, we might have to adjust that to make it easier for a fire truck got up there to be able to get out without an 18-point turn.
Well, that driveway wouldn't meet NFPA spec anyway right now, that long driveway.
Well,
It's got to be 16 feet of all-weather surface. You have showing 12, just for your knowledge.
Oh, okay. Right, but it's
That's-
under 300 feet.
Oh, it's under 300 feet.
It's under 300 feet, it's only
So why are
250
we talking about
feet.
NFPA?
Well, because we still want the fire department to, we still want to,
Safety.
They want to
Yes,
keep peace.
safety. I think it's important, I mean, so. anyway.
Cynthia, from a planning perspective,
Yes.
when we see the long rectangular 8,000 square foot building box shoehorned in there very nicely, what happens later on is people buy homes and people forget about what's going on, and now there's a barn back there on the back part that they're not supposed to be in. And that's where, from a planning perspective, this is so tight that it doesn't really allow for the future owners to expand on their own land. I got 5 acres, I want to build a barn. I can't build a barn. I don't have any room to build a barn, so then they go out back, you know? And that's from a planning perspective, that's what I'm looking at
Right.
a shoehorn lot like this one.
Yeah, and so the driveways on 94-1, that is where the driveway has to go because of the 25% slope up from East Dunbarton Road. So that, and people also don't like a shared driveway. If we,
We don't
Neither do we.
I know, nobody does, so there you go.
So we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah. So then, the second driveway was put at that far end of that, the next lot, because you don't want the driveways to be too close together. You know, they could, the driveway, we could flip the lot, and we've got another test put right where the driveway is. The 4,000 square foot box could be down by the, where we have the driveway, because there's a good test put right there, and then we could slide the house in the driveway, and because this, the usable space is opening up as we're coming into this lot. This is the outer 50-foot line. So, you know, if we definitely, if we took this 4,000 square foot box and put it here, and then we could, this 8,000, it still would not be the 80 by 100, but it would be probably 75, 60 to 75 feet by, it would be more of your traditional rectangle. So we can do that, but also I was concerned about the driveways. I think I could probably still keep them the minimum distance apart. I do not have the driveway application in my folders that I brought. Maybe I do. Let me check. If anybody knows it off the top of their head, that could be helpful.
What's the separation between driveways?
Between two driveways.
10 feet.
10 feet?
No, that's sideline
Oh,
separation.
that's to the sideline.
I'm like, that's
Separation is
wonderful.
40 feet. Sorry. Oh, 40 feet.
Oh, so.
I'm half asleep right now.
I know, my wife.
Well, then
told
wake
me
up.
I should be in bed.
No, my eyes are burning for some reason.
So we could move this driveway. We would still have sight distance because we had very good sight distance for both driveways. I think at the last meeting I had said for lot 66-1 Beauclair Revocable Trust, I could not put I couldn't put the driveway for 94-1 opposite that driveway because of the constraints of the 1 acre buildable area. But if I move if we move the driveway, and then, so you'd come into this lot, and then the house would probably still be in the same area, but you'd have more of that usable area that you're talking about, Tim. And then the septic system would be in the narrower portion of that buildable area. And the septic system can be, the septic box can be within the setbacks.
Okay.
I have a question.
Karen, please give me.
You're asking for a waiver for the side lot line minimum 100 feet from the right of way at a
Yes.
right angle.
Yes.
If we don't grant that, will you still be able to get 1 acre on both lots?
No. So that was in my waiver request, is because I really do feel that the 1 acre minimum buildable area is more important than that 100-foot side lot line.
Well, because you're trying to meet the regulations.
Well, but
sure.
you have to ask for a waiver, and that's why, I think in land that's left in Goffstown, there are waivers needed. So what was the worst? So that was the reasoning for that. We could make it 100 feet, but then I would need a waiver for that 1 acre buildable lot. And I think that's the tighter lot. It's a flatter lot, but because of the wetlands are coming closer to the road, it's that long elongated where the steeper lot, it has that wider buildable area. So I think that the 1 acre for the 94 1-1 is, so you have more buildable space.
Well, I think what you're pointing out is that in order to get 2 lots, you need waivers, and I think that maybe we don't need 2 lots on this 1 lot. There's so many constraints that we're trying to squeeze 2 lots into that I'm not buying it.
See, and I don't think we're trying to squeeze it. I think it's beautiful land that they can use and utilize, and that it's unusual in town regulations that you have an acre buildable area, but then you're saying, but I want to have this building box. Most in your minimum area is 2 acres. So here we have over a 10-acre site. That is the land that's developable out there, yet it's, I don't see it that we're squeezing it at all. I see it that it works.
We only have 2 acres of developable land on a 10-acre lot. That's a squeeze job.
Well, it is, but it still meets your regulations with the waivers, and I think that's why you have waivers for when it's inherent in the land.
Well, but that's also why we have regulations, because people want area to build their pool and their lawn, and then they're going to go into the wetland if they don't get it, and you've got this funky lot line that in 10 years the neighbor's going to say, that's my yard. No, it's not. It's got a funky lot line, and we come to these conclusions because we have problems, and we've sat through enough problems where the applicants find our loopholes for us, and that's my point. I feel like this is one site. This is a bridge too far for me. There's just, you got to get a waiver either way that I'm not willing to agree to get 2 lots on this site, so.
I mean, really, Cynthia, the driveway for 94-1, without those lot line adjustments, you couldn't even get a driveway to that lot because of the steep slopes on the right-hand side. And then you want to make land available for 94-1-1. So you need that crazy little line to include that little sliver of land that goes right over to the property line where it starts to head for the backyard all the way out. So it really is. It's a work of art. It's just that I'm not so sure I'm into this type of art.
Spoken as a good engineer.
Yeah, well, that's what we do. It really wasn't, so, I understand what you're saying, but I think that,
I tried a different plug for her, but
It's okay.
It's not working.
no.
You have to take it off the desk later.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Other board members?
I was just going to say that the Conservation Commission last night, when I did their minutes, they also recommended just the 1 lot, not the 2.
Can I ask if we still need Sarah?
Oh, gee.
I think she's probably asleep.
may I just say something about they did not recommend it.
Well, no, they asked about it.
They asked about it, and then they said, no, we are not recommending it.
So I agree with Barbara. Sarah, are you still there? Are you sleeping with your baby now?
I am here, but honestly, since this is wrapping up, I'd like to hear the conclusion because this is going to come to me for driveway or whatever. So I'd just like to be prepared for what we're going to be expecting.
Do you have any professional opinion on this site as our town engineer?
I do not.
You do not. That's a good way to shorten a meeting.
Is your child awake or asleep?
Okay. So we have to discuss waivers before we can discuss anything else.
Do you want me to discuss the first waiver, topo based on town GPS again, or is everybody else?
Sarah agreed with
Is that the explanation that was in the minutes with the vertical?
Yeah, it's way too confusing. We need to
And
move on.
Sarah got it.
Okay, yeah,
So-
I kind of, I was happy.
The-
I figured that.
The request is to accept the topography datum based on the town's GPS control points?
It's a waiver of that.
It's a waiver of that.
This is assumed datum.
Yeah, Sarah agreed with that, as long as the final plan is adjusted.
Right.
When you get the CD for the GIS, we're gonna raise it, and so when it goes into your GIS, it will.
I don't agree with the GIS at all, that's what I'm against. Because the lines don't match up with the actual property lines in this town.
Well, I'm gonna move that we grant that waiver for the
Okay.
reasons that
I'll second it.
There's a motion to grant the first waiver, 3C17 topo based on GPS control points.
the usual reasons.
Notes made by Jim and seconded by Phil. So any discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, no opposition, any absence? What do you call them?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Abstain, yeah, abstain.
See, it's too late.
I'm tired.
We're all supposed to be in bed.
I get up at 4 o'clock. I don't know what time.
Me too.
Okay. Second item on the rate waivers requested. Practical shape of the size of the 80 by 100 rectangle, development regulations.
I'll make a motion to deny.
Motion to deny the request for practical shape and size of the 80 by 100 rectangle.
I'll second.
Motion by Barbara, and seconded by Kimberly. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to deny the 80 by 100, say, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I said
No.
aye.
I'm opposed.
I was in the aye category. Opposed? So that's Phil, Karen, and Jim. Got that?
Yep.
So the motion to deny is
Approve?
Yeah.
Passes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's 4 to 3.
4 to 3. Okay, so the motion to deny the 80 by 100 is denied. And there's a side lot minimum of 100 feet from the right-of-way, development regulations. Side lot lines shall be substantially within 10 degrees at right angles or radial to the street lines for a minimum of 100 feet, beginning at the right-of-way line. It says here this cannot be met due to steep slopes. I don't believe that statement to be true. I think this cannot be met due to the size of the lot remaining at 1
I make a
acre.
motion to deny.
I'll second.
Motion to deny the waiver for the side lot minimum of 100 feet. Made by Kimberly, seconded by Karen. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the denying the 100-foot distance, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Jim opposes. Phil's opposed. So the motion to deny passes.
I think if the applicant, given the results of those, we probably can't approve, but we should allow the applicant either to amend or withdraw, so we shouldn't get a disapproval on the, give Cynthia a chance to think about that, what the option is now.
Yeah, so that, that 1 acre, we would need a waiver on 94-1-1.
For lot size.
What?
For the lot size?
Yes, to go back 100 feet.
Okay.
Or, I mean, I
So
assume
that-
that's what you would want.
So then we are creating a non-conforming lot in the zone? Joanne?
No, we could ask for a waiver for that
Well,
1 acre.
I'm asking if we would be creating a non-conforming lot if we waive the 1 acre, which is a requirement.
It's a zoning requirement, right? Which we can't waive, can we?
That would be a zoning variance from the zoning board of adjustment for that?
Yeah, we can't waive unless the ordinance, the zoning ordinance authorizes us to. We can't waive the ordinance, we can waive regulations. That's why we could waive these other things, but not the 1 acre. That's a CBA issue.
I'm not thinking, Did you find it in the regulations?
Well,
I'm looking.
it's minimum lot size, isn't that what we're talking about, Joanne?
Yes.
It's,
Well,
Well, it's buildable area, not minimum lot size. Yeah, it's buildable area.
that's in the zoning ordinance, correct?
So then Cynthia, could you state why you needed to have 1 acre there? What is the requirement for you to have 1 acre on that lot?
Okay.
The zoning is the 2-acre
Minimum lot size.
for agricultural.
Right. They don't have an issue with lot size. It's-
Right.
So then is it a
Okay.
subdivision reg?
Yeah, it would be in the development regs.
It's in the development regs. And it's, so they talk about the buildable area and it's got to be 1 acre. Let me see, I have another plan here. Let's see if here. So it talks about your buildable area and it has to be at least an acre or 1.25% of the area, whichever is less. So in your definitions, that's where any area of the parcel except submerged land area, wetlands, any land within 50 feet of wetlands, and slopes in excess of 25%. That's where that comes, and then I don't have that. I did not print.
So can we give her time to think about what she wants to do with the application?
She can go if she wants.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it looks really good. One was the barn and one was the house and it was one big lot.
Yeah, it would be a beautiful big lot.
It is a beautiful.
And I'm sure somebody would pay for one big lot
Especially in this housing market.
with all that buildable area.
Well, do we let Cynthia ask for continuance of this to date? Is it certain or uncertain, so she can...
That would be Cynthia's decision.
Yeah, I mean,
For you to reconsider things and,
yeah, but I wanted your opinion, and I don't know if that's possible, before, we're gonna have to have a waiver. There's, or a variance.
But I think what you're trying to say is, are we going to agree to a subdivision? And I think a straw poll around the room faces is, I wouldn't. So, I don't know, Barbara's face says maybe not.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure where you were going with
Yeah,
that.
I don't mind continuing it, but,
I mean, we can just continue it to the next meeting, so we
Yeah.
can sort of decide, but.
So moved.
Second.
is that a motion, Barbara? Motion to continue to where? To what date?
July 8th.
To July 8th, I think it is.
Second by Barbara.
Do you want to know about the buildable area?
yes, please.
It's on page 30, section... Six.
Would you say 6?
Section 6C.
Okay, I'll read it when I get home.
And it's at least 55% of the minimum lot area or 1 acre, whichever is less, forms a contiguous area of buildable area.
This is exactly what Cynthia said.
In that same paragraph is the minimum practical shade inside 80 by 100 feet. So it's that same waiver that I requested. So, well, the 80, I was asking for the 80 by the rectangle.
You get it. You get it.
I know, I'm sure we all know.
So, we had a motion to continue. We're still discussing the motion, or are we done with the discussion?
No, I think we grant it, and then let's Cynthia...
All right, so the motion is to continue to 7/8 of 21. All those in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, abstaining, goes. I'll see you on the 8th.
When does stuff have to be Monday?
Do you want to continue it to a different date?
You want to move it out?
No, Joanne had mentioned for the previous applicant.
Yeah, you got to have stuff in by Monday.
Because
After
I
the-
want to make it to the 22nd. I was not thinking of new documentation. That will take a little more than
Yeah,
just trying to
it would be
decide
like-
what you want to do.
So you want to go to the 22nd? Ball's in your
I
court.
won't be here to review it. I already did my reviews for the 8th.
How about the 22nd?
The 22nd is fine.
Okay. That work for you, Cynthia? Or is that too far out?
No, I mean, it really isn't that much to,
It's only 2
you know,
weeks.
what we would have to ask for. But again, we would have to ask for a waiver.
Would you like it on the 8th or the 22nd?
I think the 22nd is a better choice than that.
I'm just asking, so I need to know if I need to amend the motion.
I was going to ask for an amended motion
Yeah.
if Cynthia agrees to the 22nd.
Yeah, I think I'd really like to do it on the 8th.
Okay.
Come back in on Monday.
Okay, no
I
amendment.
don't think
Can I raise one question before we?
Same business or new business?
It's act on the motion. Did we
Oh,
vote
yeah,
on
do we vote on it?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Nope.
We didn't vote on the motion?
We did not, I don't think.
No, we didn't.
Oh, I didn't, okay. So, all those in favor of this application being continued to July 8th of 21, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, abstentions, passes. Okay. You have something else?
Well, I was just wondering, what came up with the gentleman that was on the phone with the request for an interpreter.
That gentleman is deaf, and the interpreter stated that he'd been waiting for 2 hours because he had to listen to the first
I
application.
don't know that discussion is something that should be occurring at this
Okay.
meeting.
Okay, I was
ADA requests go through the town administrator.
Right.
But that's what I just
Who
wanted to
then-
clarify.
And Derek has been contacted and has been involved in every
Aspect.
meeting and aspect of those requests. So I think that's probably where we should be handling it.
But just to answer her question about the time frame, it was 2 hours since the beginning of the meeting at 9 o'clock, not 2 hours on the laundromat application.
Right, no, that
That's
was
all
all
I'm
for
saying.
the record.
For the record. Okay, before we get an emotion to adjourn, I asked Joanne to look into something for me. We approved the Green Thumb landscape yard across from the Irving, and we made a finding that they could not put a sign on the building advertising the ice cream because we were very accommodating in letting them have their ice cream there, as I remember, thanks to Barbara and her work on it. And I went by there the other day, and his sign out on the road, the digital sign says "ice cream here." Now, is that, Joanne has looked into it at my request, and I will let her make her brief report on it.
So,
I checked with
the code enforcement officer, and she advised me, and she gave me some information, that, because the motion was, to find the applicant's request to sell ice cream on the interior of the store only with no outdoor signage, so it really is an accessory to the current retail use, is a non-material change and doesn't require site plan. So I showed her that, and she said that basically the sign, the rotating sign was there before this request came in, and they were,
the digital sign.
The digital sign, they were planning to use it for their advertisements. So when this came in, there were no additional signs put up strictly for ice cream. He added it to his notation. So, according to the code enforcement officer and according to this paperwork, you cannot restrict the content of the sign.
We ran into this with
because
the
it's a
first sign
Amendment
that
right.
However-
was down at the police station.
However, isn't it
in regards
clear,
to content.
wasn't our condition of approval clear that they could not advertise for ice cream outside the building? Whether it's on a digital sign or a cardboard sign.
You're right.
A sign is a sign, and they agree, and Mr. Bert Markowitz, who was very happy to get his ice cream approval, agreed to, I asked him directly at the meeting, do you agree not to have outside signage? And he said yes.
Yeah, but I need to tell you that, and this comes down to wordsmithing, and I can probably argue either any
Well, I don't
side
wanna-
of anything.
I agree with
But
you.
I sort of think that
I can back her up on that.
we've known each other a long time. I have to admit, mentally, I was not thinking of the digital sign, because I know from history in town, dealing with those signs, we can't control the content of those signs. I was thinking of more of a hanging, ice cream here
So was I.
sign when I was thinking about it. That's what I was, mentally, that's what I was thinking
I
about.
even brought up the little A-frame
Right.
sign going
Yeah,
on
oh
the
yeah, the
outside.
sandwich.
Right,
Yeah,
that's what the
yeah.
discussion all focused on, was some additional sign.
So he beat us at our game.
Intentionally.
Well, so, we did.
Oh, just.
Can we recall the application and,
I'm not gonna recall it.
Yeah, I just,
so we waste all that time on an ice cream issue, and we let the applicant just throw it in our face and put it on his digital signs. What is the point of even discussing?
Well, you can bring them in on that.
Well, because we denied the window, so they're not getting the window use, which is, we had parking and traffic concerns.
He also got out of all his sewer fees and everything else by not having the window too, because he was gonna have to get involved with the sewer department, because he was gonna have to have a washing machine. I don't wanna keep you all here, I just have a problem with us saying, and him agreeing to verbally at a meeting, he was not gonna have outdoor signage advertising ice cream, and then within a month, there's outdoor signage advertising ice
I
cream.
mean, I agree that I did a second look at it, but, I have to admit, I don't think digital signs, when people are verbally talking to me about signs, I just don't. I think
But
of-
isn't a sign a sign?
the digital signs, you cannot control the content. We went into that when the Goffstown Police Association was the first digital sign.
I remember.
And there was an issue in regards to what they were putting on it. We've been through it with Surratt, their Surratt sign in Penardville, we've been through it a few times.
But it's also regular signs, you can't tell anyone what the sign should say.
Right, but what I'm saying is it was, like you said, it was
Right,
existing, so.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's another lesson learned.
Seriously.
Oh, personally, I think,
We're on the TV.
oh, we're still on TV, okay, I'll tell you.
We'll keep that. We'll
I
keep
have
that.
hats that I'm wearing, economic development and.
I know, I don't want to see
And-
anybody lose money in a business, but they agreed to something.
People nowadays, I should say not people, but small business owners, are doing whatever they can
To make ends meet.
to make ends meet and keep their business alive. So if all of a sudden they started selling, like as an example, the Ace Hardware, he has a man in the summer have a corn
Corn and
station
vegetables.
outside. Did they ever come to us? No. Did anyone ever complain? No.
Because he has good corn.
Right.
But we also had valid discussions on why ice cream was a mitigating
It's now
discussion.
11 o'clock.
Motion
I'm
to
gonna
adjourn.
move to adjourn.
Second.
Right.
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor? Aye, bye. Bye.
Yay.
Bye.